te muri tu, te muri ora ki te katoa. Homi e hui e, tai ki e, kia ora. Kia ora, thank you very much. Well, good morning, everybody. We're here today for Plan Change 5 of the Regional Coastal Plan for Southland. We'll just briefly introduce ourselves. My name is Sharon McGarry. I'm an independent Curious Commissioner based in Christchurch. I'm a little bit frustrating in that there's not much on the internet about me except for decisions, which makes people a little annoyed as to who these people are that we take these decisions. So just really briefly, the four of us are going through a little bit of background about ourselves. We're not expecting the colleagues to do that as we go around introductions. I have been working in resource management for about 30 years now. I actually started my career down here in South Africa. I had about 5 years as consents officer and compliance officer from 1995 to 2000, which was about the period when the commercial surface water activities were just starting to be controlled. And then I did all the coastal compliance for a couple of years. So there's other review structures that have gone on recently, and it's not long ago on the morning. I've flown and all been by boat, so just down on the coastal structure. I had a great job back then, I'm not sure why I left. These days, the last 15 years, I've been working just as a Hearings Commissioner up here in the country. I worked from Northland to Southland, and then I do it under Chatwood as well. I work under the EEZ Act for the EPA in the space from the Northern Wales up to 200 miles. And I also work for the EPA under the Fast Track Act, which I call Fast and Furious. So, my background is actually in marine and freshwater ecology. That's my undergraduate degree, and then I went on and my master's in I very much coastal science. So, I'm obviously an accredited chair to be able to sit here and chair this hearing today. The decision-making program. So that's probably enough about me. I'm just going to pass on to my fellow commissioners to introduce themselves.
So I call Linda Ludlow, third term councillor, started my Southland. Have a background in education, professional education, but then moved to youth management, promotions. I then to nearly find out this. His name is Darren. Has spent a lot of time in the arts and culture sector these days, providing and organising I'm really looking forward to
Ko wai ho, ko raki te moka, ko wataki te awa, ko te tiri muri ho te takata, ko hake te ko rapu wai, waitaha kati mamoi, ka tahu me tātanga mahaki te iwi, ko Karen Creek Tukwena na rega tēnā koto, tēnā koto, tēnā koto. So you heard there, obviously I whakapapa into Kaitahu, a range of places. I can give you all of them, that could take us all day. And also, wisely, my parents chose to come from some of the same waka. So my roots back up in the north in Mahaki, and my meaning to those people and what they go through now and have gone through recently with the weather events. We're all well connected. So my background, I'm now an independent director. I come to you from a varied path, but I've spent the past 4 years really just in terms of what I call it like professional decision making. No surprises, I'm Māori, so I don't stick to one name. I look after people, so I do a range of work and things like RSLG, we look at workforce issues, I want to grow the award. The environment, I'm here. I'm on the HESNO committee of the EPA, and I also work in the energy sector because that's key to our future environmentally. It's a privilege to be here and to be assured that as much as I come here as a local manager, because I do have roots to this part of the world, that really wants to be here.
Good morning. I'm Neville Cook. I'm a councillor with Environment South and have been right there. My background initially was I came from Timaru. We moved around the country a lot, so I've lived in most parts of the South Island and some of the North. I had 36 years as a policeman, becoming district commander down here for Southland at the end of my term there, and exploring the best playground in New Zealand, the whole of Southland. I spent a lot of time in fuel and hunting and recreating. So I've actually been to pretty much every sound and bay between preservation and Milford, with both with Doc and part of my hunting experiences. I'm here today because as part of my job in Environment South, and I'm chair of the Consent and Compliance Committee, have been for about 5 years, and I have completed the courses for making a decision on the RNA at a chair certification level. And the people of this room, thank you.
Well, thank you. We'll go down around the room and give the opportunity just for those of you to identify who you are, speak about the disease and tell us just so that everybody's on the same bottom of the room. We'll start over here with, we've got Ms. Catherine on who you've probably been in contact leading up to the hearing. So if you need assistance that you need during the day, then she's your point of contact. We will refrain from having any direct contact with any of the parties during the day, just so that you'll be in this, it's hard to know what someone else is talking about over a cup of tea. So we'll just keep a little bit separate from everybody. Sitting beside Catherine is Mr. Nick Ward, which you probably have had contact with us about. Just going to pass over to Nick before we do the introductions for him to take us through the health and safety of some of the contemporary that pays more than lip service.
Yeah. Yeah, good morning, everyone. Thank you. I'm Nick Ward. Yeah, right, there. So obviously we're in this room. First things first is the amenities. So let's start. If you go outside, there's 2 lobbies, and the one that's straight in front of you, there's men's and women's in there. So that's where you need to go. There's tea and coffee. There'll be a break at some point as well. And the other point is just on the corner of this building, on the ground level, is the assembly point. So just in the car park out here. And if should anything else arise, there's a defibrillator and a first aid medical supplies in the reception, which is the other lobby that I referred to. And that's pretty much everything else. If there's anything else that comes up, please let us know. Thank you.
So if you need anything during today or tomorrow, the Catherine should be contact with that. So we'll just quickly go around the room, maybe say anything. And if you're just sitting here to watch and you don't want to identify yourself, it's not a roll call, but if you are going to speak to us over the next 2 days, we would appreciate knowing you.
Good day, everyone. My name is Lisa Robertson, and I am engaged by the Southland Council and hearing report. So I'm in the local Kiora, I'm Kiora Black. I work for anyone can see, and I'm
Kiora, my name is Paul Morris. I also work for Reading Team. Currently the acting of the executive, and have a long association with the Health and Social Organization and my time with motivation.
Morena, my name is Marie Baker, the other way, I'm an environmental lawyer, so I'm here working up.
So if you want to get quiet, Milka and Paul Whitehall in the issue of Cutching Pipe that's come up for the months of year, but also to add my bit to develop the
It's fine. Okay, Well, with that, I just run through the order of proceedings. Obviously, it's plan changes, but different for the consent process where the council goes first and then we hear from submitters. You've probably all seen the indicative timetable, and I always reinforce the indicative timetable. I'm not great at keeping the time because we will ask as many questions as it takes, and with four of us, sometimes there's not many questions, other times questions lead questions. So make no apologies for that, but we'll try and stick to it as much as we can. So in terms of after we hear from submitters, then the right of reply goes to the council in this situation. We'll probably discuss at the end of tomorrow, which is probably short day, where we go with that and what kind of time frame will be for the regional council to respond. And we'll probably be expecting it to be in a written form and give the council a little bit of time to do that. So in terms of the evidence, enforcement pre-read the Section 32A reports from the background reports attended to that, including the Section 32A. We have also read all the submissions, further submissions, and all circulated evidence. So there's absolutely no need for anyone to read anything. We have read everything, and you can, if you like, hit home the highlights. Happy for anyone to just go through, but you're really going to annoy me if you go on longer highlighting than it would if you read your evidence, and believe me that. So please just highlight. We do have a duty to avoid unnecessary formality, and I'm big on that, but in this hearing situation, it's a fine line between that and what is a probably judicial process. So we will remain reasonably formal in terms of calling people by Mr. and Ms. and not on a first name basis. And again, that can put us all on the same playing field and people have no intention. So our focus today and tomorrow will be really on a fair and efficient hearing process. All parties will have the opportunity to be heard, so we ask that nobody interrupt anybody else while they've got the opportunity. If you've got something to respond to, then you need to note that down and tell us when it's your turn. There's no cross-examination allowed in this process, but I will allow any questions of clarification in writing via this. I've got it for you, sorry. So just write something down on this paper. She will pass that on to me, and I will just have a look at it and make sure it's a question of the statement and see if we can set that information for you. The recommendations in the Section 42A report are that they are recommendations, they're not binding on this panel. Obviously, our recommendation will be within the scope of what's being asked for and submissions and further discussions. But our job really will be to consider the evidence put before us and to put that within the context of the statutory framework and how that fits. I just remind all submitters to make sure they stay and speak within the scope of their submission and their further submission. And obviously if they stray outside of the speak them within the scope. The matters raised by submitters need to be relevant to the decisions that we're making today. So if other things are raised that sort of are within the ambit of the wider management of the coastal area, that may be of interest for us to set some contextual background, but we really are constrained to the matters that we can make a decision on and what people are actually seeking in terms of the need. So Dixon's will be taking us through. We will stop at 10 o'clock for a cup of tea, and then we'll stop from 12 to 1 for lunch. And 3 p.m. with Mr. So just in terms of a site visit, we did put out a minute laying out the procedures to make everybody be comfortable with how things are going to roll out. We did ask that if anybody wanted us to do a site visit, they asked pretty early on in the piece, and we did get a request from Real New Zealand via Ms. Baker Galloway's legal submissions, and we'll explore that a bit more with you later. But obviously we've put forward what our experience here in the field does, and it's reasonably extensive between the four of us. And we have discussed last night sort of site visit, and it's a sort of a snapshot in the time might inform us. So we're going to ask a few more questions about what it is you were thinking when that this was put in. So other than that, that's all I've got in terms of opening the hearing, and we'll just move on to hearing from Ms. Robertson in a moment. But now's the time if anyone's got any procedural matters that they raised. Well, that's always good. I'll just pass over and we'll start with the council's case. In this book, I see you have with some new doctors this morning, so we'll start with you.
Thank you, Chair. So the new document this morning is just what I'm about to say. My name is Rebecca Robertson. I am the author of the Section 42A report for this proposed change. My skills and experience are detailed in the Section 42A report, and therefore I have not further discussed them. I've been engaged by the South and Regional Council to prepare the Section 42A report for Change 35 and to present this report at the end. The purpose of this overview is to provide a very brief description of Change 35, briefly summarize the key issues in the Section 42A report and discuss these issues. Post 1925 centers on the Section 16 of the South and Regional Council, which manages service work to use within the Southern Coast Component. The proposal was developed as a result of work undertaken as part of the regional coastal plan review. Concerns have been raised by some stakeholders regarding the increasing pressure commercial surface work abuse of placing in the field and coastal environment and lack of policy direction contained within Section 16 of the South and Regional Coastal Plan for the management and treatment of the these service work. The council commissioned a report which was attached to the Section 42A report into the impact that commercial service work activities were having on the area's wilderness and remote state. The conclusion of that report shows that, if unchecked, the continuous increase in commercial service work activities could have an negative impact on wilderness and values of the ordinance. The primary intention of proposed Change 5 is to give effect to the New Zealand coastal policy statement through the introduction of interim intensification measures into a more comprehensive policy framework and be developed through the wider coastal community process. The proposed plan change also introduces policies focused on increasing protection for marine mammals, increasing integrated management of the New Zealand coastal environment, and greater recognition of fuel flavor values. The proposed plan change 5 has been prepared as a keeping measure until the South and Regional Coastal Plan is reviewed in its entirety. The council is intending to notify a proposed regional coastal plan by the end of 2024. There are a variety of views on proposed plan change 5, from supporting the proposal to opposing it and seeking it be withdrawn. It is discussed in detail within the commission. I have identified the following key issues in the hearing report, which the hearing panel will need to detail. Firstly, the need for proposed plan change 5. Several committers have questioned the need for proposed plan change 5. These concerns include that previously there was significantly more votes in the ordinance, for example, during the 1970s and 1980s, and then COVID-19 forced operators to adapt to changing the experiences offered, but this does not have any condition back to experiences offered post-COVID. I understand that historically there may have been more useful in the ordinance and that current use may be transitioning back to post-COVID-19 experiences. Consumer monitoring data for the period of January 2019 through to July 2022 shows an anticipation of commercial surface work activities resulting. Further, the efficiency and effectiveness review of the South and Regional Coastal Plan suggested the outcomes of the Section 16 of the Regional Coastal Plan may not be being achieved. As per my Section 42A report, I consider a precautionary approach is necessary due to the risk to the significant values of the ordinance. This approach is different from the three of the CFCD. I therefore consider the provisions of proposed Change 5 are required. I acknowledge that some submitters will disagree with this opinion for the reasons of contained within wilderness and remoteness values of the field and water report. Concerns have been raised by several submitters regarding the use of the Nimbus report due to potential for conflict of interest with those interviewed and concerns raised during the interview regarding the independence of the report. I acknowledge there are limitations in the report due to it largely being based on operator interviews rather than benefits and discretion. However, I consider currently the Nimbus report as the best information available regarding recreation values from the field and coastal environment. I acknowledge that some submitters will disagree with this opinion. Management of marine mammals. Concern has been raised regarding the overlap between council's role in marine mammal management under the Water Management Act and the Department of Conservation's role under the Marine Mammal Protection Act. I consider that both the Department of Conservation and the council have a role to play in the management of marine mammals and the integrated management of the potential adverse effects on marine mammals will be effects in New Zealand coastal policy statement. Exemption for certain activities associated with the metaphoric gardening. An exemption from the provisions of the proposed Section 5 for surface work activities associated with the metaphoric gardening. The reasons given for the exception are due to the national and regional commission of metaphoric gardening, and that the provisions of Section 5 do not consist to the national policy statement for renewable electricity generation, the Southern Regional Policy Statement and the Metaphoric Development Act. I have not recommended changes to proposed Section 5, despite an extension for these activities. Correspondence from Meridian Energy Details. Meridian has determined that the activities that undertake on the surface of water in and around Dartmouth Sound and Milford Sound necessary or requisite to the operation of the metaphoric gardening, and are authorised under Section 4 of the Metaphoric Development Act. I note this is not been judicially determined, as is the case for activities under Section 9 and 30 of the RMA. I have not recommended an extension for these activities within Section 3. Dr. K. Bird, author of Wellness and Remote Studies of the Fuel and Waters Report, is not an administration. This is due to issues relating to the technical report being primarily based on process issues rather than content. Dr. K. Bird is, however, available to answer any questions. Mr. Ash Revel, Council's team leader at Quality Systems, is attended online now. Mr. Revel provided the technical evidence in response to submissions attached to Appendix C of the Section 42 report. Mr. Revel is available to answer questions from the panel. Mr. Revel can also be available tomorrow at the close of the hearing to answer any doubts and questions of the panel. Mr. Mike Dosberg, Council Legal Counsel, will be in attendance online for the Legal Commission hearing. Mr. Dosberg will also be available tomorrow at the close of the hearing to answer any questions that may develop during the meeting. Thank you.
As well, so that I don't think we can actually allow anybody who's online to introduce themselves that is actually speaking to us. So I wonder if we should have a bit here for now, just so that people are all on the same topic. If anybody's just watching and that they don't introduce themselves, so I'm really looking for anyone who's available either for answering questions or is hearing for us. Good morning, Mr. Dosberg, maybe you could go first, introduce yourself.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners. My name is Mike Dosberg. I'm a lawyer at Wynne Williams, Legal Counsel for Environment Southland. And as Ms. Robertson said, I'm here to watch the hearing and then to assist the panel if they have any legal questions arising.
Thank you very much. And Mr. Rebel?
Morena, my name is Ash Rebel. I'm the team leader for the Aquatic Ecosystems team at Environment Southland. I'm here to assist with any questions regarding my memo provided to Rebecca.
Well, thank you. Are these here? Are you here? What have we got? Ms. Williams, the Minister?
Kia ora, apologies, I don't have video at the moment, but yes, I will be appearing later on behalf of the Minister as counsel.
Thank you very much, Williams. And Ms. Young?
Kia ora, I'm just the RMA planner for the Minister of Conservation today, so I'll be appearing after lunch.
Right. Is there anybody else here that is available in terms of appearing before us? Or not everybody? Okay, and how's the sound for you? The audio, good?
Apologies,
A
Chair.
little
No. Sorry, go Penny.
Yeah, it's a little bit fuzzy.
Is it? So the panel's fuzzy as well as everybody else? We're all fuzzy.
Yes.
Okay, well, we'll try and be really conscious of these microphones during the day, and I'll actually get everybody to shuffle some closer to them today and see if we can make a little better. And then Great, thank you. But do let us know during the day if it deteriorates or you're struggling to keep up. About that. Okay, well, thank you very much, Mr. Robertson, for your report, and thank you again for the addendum. You've also given us a table of consent, is that correct?
Oh, yes, but that was just, in the evidence of Ms. Black, there was some questions about the down again, so we'll just provide that an update. The version of the table.
I had a question for you around this black segment, so I'm very pleased you responded to that, her paragraph 14 of the report. I just wondered if you could briefly work through paragraph 15 and tell me, without, we haven't got time obviously to start comparing what she said and what's in the table. Just wondered if you could comment on each of those as to whether there are some that whether they're valid in terms of correction.
So, the first thing I can confirm is that all permits have been considered during the process. And so this is the updated spreadsheet that includes 6 current permits for Southern Discovery. There is 2 permits for the Alpine Group, which is within the updated table. There were 3 coastal permits for island estate cruises, however, 2 have been deleted. And 1 has been sold, so there's no longer attributed to island estate cruises.
So whose name will we see that one under now? Yeah, that would be good to do. And in terms of the no coastal permit for the North Sound Road and North the operation of the no.
That is now included. So that's 2017 one.
Yes, there should be more copies.
And it was signed up online as well.
We both got them there. The last one, the position here, the two regions can be held by Bruce Milton Sound. Weren't there.
There are 2, but there are still 2. They are for the same vessel, but there are 2 vessels that have provided different equivalents. The one is the unpaid commercial surface work. The other is the unpaid commercial surface work. The lease according to from step before. Vessel maintenance and emergency engage with fundamental.
Thank you. That's very helpful. I like to have a little bit of time. They can go away to sort of hear and trust. Back then, sort of people will agree on the okay, we might come back to you with small comments or questions regarding that table as we move through our deliberations. I suspect it's not clear to us. So we'll do just a bit of a take and just go through the report, and I'll have everyone jump in as I come to pages ahead. There's a bit of a theme to a lot of my questions, and that's really just completely understand the scope of this. My first question really relates to your assessment against the provisions of the New Zealand Postal Policy Statement, which begins on page 18 of your report. My first question relates to policy 11. Yeah, it's really the why the avoidance of the management of effects on Indigenous life and sex. So obviously the marine mammal policy would fit into giving effect to policy 11, which affects marine mammals. I'm just wondering, and I'm thinking about really this submission here, that they're concerned really about the policy framework that sits here on these non-compliant activities and the internal guidance is there for decision makers. So other than that policy on the marine mammals, are there any others that we would directly link to the policy measure?
Review the policy, proposed policy 16.2, which recognises that the international, national, and regional impact values and skills on coastal environment include D, provincial habitats of indigenous wildlife and indigenous vegetation, and significant indigenous biological diversity. And then, clause 2 and 3, which relate to.
So that policy is given effect to policy 11 as well as other policies. So a decision maker looking towards the policy framework would have to be thinking in their mind whether it's consistent or not. Yeah. Okay. And then policy 13, one below, in the last sentence you said PC5 seeks to avoid effects on the natural character of the to be strictly correct, it actually only seeks to avoid the effects of additional activity, isn't it? Because it doesn't seek to address any levels of effects that are occurring from the existing level. And then the same policy 15, again, you've said there in the last PC5 seeks to avoid effects on landscapes and natural features, but again, you haven't specifically said there, it's really only additional effects, isn't it? So those matters of giving effect to those policies which relate to environmental bottom lines, 11, 13, 15. The intention is that the regional project plan review will look at whether those are being given effect to the existing.
A big question about the consent of this. As it's been asked on more than one occasion, do Environment Southland have a record of those consent holders that are not using the consents? Like when the consent is issued, it's presumed that it'll be used continuously, but in fact, they are not. Do we have that information?
So Environment Southland, every consent holder and real business might be time, but every consent holder has to send an activity log to the council as part of the compliance. So Environment Southland has a record of those activities and journeys that have to be but the activity reviews are not always complete, but they are research.
So the regional coastal plan has some policies about usable losers. But my reading of that is that those not compliant with commercial service orders. Anything with you on that?
So there's no within section 16, there's nothing.
And again, is that a matter that's not for us, that would be a matter for the wider review of the original thing.
Yes, that's the
For one second, it's been given effect to. We just need to do one version to order operation to do the land and consent. An exercise under the law, and then that's the only ability the council really has to control.
Yes, although I'm not specifically interested in the policies, but they would like to do it to one collective resource. Depending on what that section was like. So whether
So I'm looking at your, context of my question, sometimes what you said is just, initiated, but the top of page 22, talk about the environmental bottom lines, throughout, all those clauses. And I guess what I pick up from the evidence is about this balance between use and, the open sector and the in the word of this, the use of this word balance, and the question here is whether it's appropriate to balance things like people's use of the word, use any of the environmental, actually trump, not appropriate balance.
So I guess the English is used in case for on the very clear and this is not those within the English is used that they are bottom line in the same belief. So that would be my opinion, they are bottom line. There is the case for to say that there is some leniency around territorial effects, but then also that the miners should are
So it's a bit like it used to be a balance of part two, doesn't it? And we kind of did it at the end, and then we now know that it's not appropriate to do a balance in what is needed. The social order, the access to the resource should come about in those other parts. So, in cases where, and I'm looking at your C here, that the objective post 4 seeks natural character of the coastal environment to be restored, rehabilitated, or preserved. To be able to do that would require quite a task of identifying those areas where degradation has occurred and what actions could be taken to restore it. Again, is that something that is outside the scope of this? It's really part of regional coastal plan review.
Yes, so at the moment we don't have robust enough information. It's something we mentioned. I don't know if you can do.
And is it difficult that balance between, it seems to be the work of Dr. Booth is focused really on wilderness and remoteness values from an anthropocentric perspective, where it is the environmental bottom line is really not about people's view of them, it's about protecting what's there. So that's the harder part of the
Yes, and also some of these values are very.
So as we go through our deliberations, we just really need to focus on the fact that this plan change is really about holding the line, and it's really about just maintaining the status quo and not enabling sort of the push to bulge or any risk of that prior to review. So in your 2.56, you see pieces where will give effect to the above provision. So that's probably a little bit strong, and it will be a step in the direction of giving effect to it.
Yes, that's probably more.
I'm not trying to be too particular here, but the wording is going to be really important to us as we go through our deliberations, and I think it's really important to try and ensure that we all know that this is a very limited piece of work. And your 2.58 says PC5 is a limited scope. It is focused on managing the cumulative effects of surface water activity. And I just wonder if that's correct, because it's not actually looking at managing the effects, it's not going to do anything. It's really just, it's avoiding any worsening or any additional community.
Yes, that's correct. So, yes, based on the information that we have at the moment.
Well, have you seen the evidence that she's on your report? Have you got any further views on the issues raised in terms of going from internal waters to the water, opposed to marine? Consider said that that's quite a large increase in sort of, and goes into other parts of the plan over 16. Do you have any further response on that? And when you, evidence from
No, I still consider it appropriate to use social environment. And my reason for that is when we're talking about internal methods, it is something that is supposed to be used. And I consider it to be the names surrounding the coastal waters. And so I think coastal environment is the most appropriate.
in this consideration being given, and I'm just thinking about this a long time ago, for years, but the definition of internal waters also relates to navigational control and use of harbour masters and things like that. It's not just narrow lake terms, my understanding. And that might be something we get to reply to us on this matter. And one of the foots in the door of doing controlling commercial surface water activity was the definition of those internal waters, what was appropriate there versus the open and closed. Is that something that's been considered through SFI, those other definitions and how the roles and things like that?
Yes, so the definition of, and I'll have to come back to you, but the definition of internal water, it does come from the harbour.
I hear what you're saying about the land, but in terms of what the village is saying, it's saying that really the commercial water activity only just transits the external sort of area of the field and that, you know, what needs to be controlled is the internal, but we've got any response to that.
Yeah, I do understand where the amendment is coming from regarding the open coast water. I guess the coastal use of coastal environment is looking at the integration between the land and the coastal water. And it might be something that we can look at when we come back to the there is another more appropriate term that we could be using. Because the intention isn't not only the coastal water, it is the internal water and the integration and the like. That might be something. But it does say that it might be environment and the use of environment.
And that use of internal waters is right, essentially.
Yeah, so in my hearing report, yeah, it shows that the theory and internal waters, and I did see it out there. But it's my opinion that removing the reference for the conversation. And it hasn't been removed, but I do not widen the environment justification.
So, because it does actually, if you look at the map, it actually includes a lot more area than before. Obviously, there's a lot of field and coastline that's outside of external waters, maybe as much as within the. So that argument that the scope of section 16 is very enlarged as well as having connections to other parts of the plan. You're confident that there's been enough work done to not have consequences that we're not going to be able to.
And but I can come back to the
So Mr. Russ in particular raises concerns over which operators interviewed. And I guess he's concerned that they haven't included neither the, these concerns. Given the scope of that, do you think the scope of the report was large enough to give us a good overview or flavour of what's out there without individual operators?
Yes. So, and I think the important part on that is that it is an interim hold of the line provision, so it's not the intention that this will continue forever. Because I think based on the information we have, I recognise that the information there are limitations on the information.
I was wondering that any of those operators currently operating would be prejudiced or lose any existing right or that they currently have. Maybe we solve after PC5.
No, the intention is to maintain.
When I read the report and these two wilderness remote value and some of the policies aimed at that, are they linked? I'm trying to just pull those links back to part 2 and back to the NZCP. Are those protections of wilderness values and sort of the experience of people, are they more linked to community value than those other sort of strictly intrinsic value policies?
Yes, they're linked to immunity values. They also do within natural features as well within the landscape. There is a conceptual policy within the landscape, so they link in as well.
So it's one part of what they use that it's not like take with that attribute of perception.
Yes.
And again, is that where, if we're looking at part 2 matters or NZCP's policies in terms of amenity values and sort of the experience of people, that would fit in that category of policy or even inclusion.
Yes.
So, on page 30, we could those limit settings and the duration person plan for these activities, except for that was our budget. That's only
Yes, so that and they are discretionary limits.
Yeah.
So, you can still apply.
the famous policy that was to try and capture all existing operators and fundraising things slow. And I understand there's a exceedance of the allocation, and some people would say that it was just a couple of operators were known about at the time. So if we think about those that have got consents and forget the sort of over allocation and other things and why that might occur, have there actually been many increases in party or many applications for people to go beyond that? Because the discretionary activity isn't really much of a threshold, is it? But I'm just trying to understand what the pressure is being under the training.
So I don't know the specific numbers of the plan is quite old, but I don't know. I may be able to find the information out for you.
I would like you to cover it rather than apply there has been an increase in activity or whether any perceived increase has been accounted for as a operating. And I guess I'm looking robust that recently mine has been used. In terms of monitoring existing activity, there's no independent monitoring undertaken on any of the activity other than receiving logs, so really just operates informed activity.
Operator informed activity and the compliance which may does do some monitoring out in the field. But obviously
and I don't discuss it years ago, I think we were thinking that you probably will discuss the figures there now, but if you know, any consideration of using just fixed cameras and things like that to photograph these at certain strategic points, so you have a picture of all visual use, be it recreational, commercial, and obviously cruise ships. You know, consider that kind of thing.
I'm designing now.
You would be interested in that. Going forward. In top of all page 31, we've got a evidence of increased pressure. That evidence you're referring to in the first bullet point, does that relate to all of the towns?
So this relates, this summary relates to
in the second bullet point that says feedback on use and develop discussion documents with further concerns, particularly in Tahi and Tati. Does that include us as well? Or is that really just those two?
really just those.
Paragraph 3.8, last bullet point 2 were attuned in your activity. Is that a rejection under section 8? Something
Yeah, under section.
Yeah. And 3.9 is little the use focus between the CPS and campaign that if we read your report when you say that that is not maybe that impact is a feature or is a step towards you think to?
Yeah, you're passionate.
You're looking for that throughout your report. Find the report on page 32. Simply, if I read through, I wonder where conservation work and marine services, such as the commercial service for the activity. Maybe you could explain to us a bit more as to whether that is taken into account under section 3, or how it's not included in the.
Okay, so this table is from the different identifying the concerns for the coastal waters report. And at that time, management agencies were not included as part of it.
So, the provisions, maybe you can step us through that, whether those are included or intended to be included, or whether those activities But obviously transiting through isn't included in any professional services or activity without, it's recognised as a thoroughfare, isn't it? So something like Meridian, moving through, doing something, moving out again, obviously doesn't trigger commercial service or activity.
No, no, unless it's, yeah, unless it's been, so for example, if Meridian is closed and they can hire the closure up to the facility, so they can have a one for, management.
It's a real difference, isn't it? That if you own your own boat and you're out there doing your own thing, you pretty much come under the below any of this framework. But as soon as you start charging yourself out to somebody, not just getting money from petrol basically, then you're over that efficient. So it wouldn't capture conservation, if the Department of Conservation was hiring with a vessel.
Yes, but the Department of Conservation does have, it would be a big role. There are provisions within section 16 to allow for conservation, some conservation related activities with commercial service for activities that are performing the statutory function of the central or local government agency or statutory body.
So somebody who was worried about their activities, whether they came under that statutory function or even could apply for a code of compliance. Great. Yeah. In relation to Meridian, you did touch on it when you were the 3.29 column of page 36, you said on the opinion further information is required to determine if the current activity falls within the definition of commercial service for activity. And obviously, we're not going to give that further information because we now already doesn't want to be viewed. So in the absence of no further information, I share that your position in the this morning, no changes are required. In terms of the submissions regarding the lack of management of recreational vessels and cruise ships, again, that's a matter for the review of the visual plan. Right. And again, in paragraph 4.6, last sentence, the submittal states that the permitted boat playing landing area and the RCP be retained. Again, that would be a matter outside the scope. In you've got objective 16.1.1, the maintain essential characteristics. Now I find that very interesting reading. The years is probably one that will be updated going forward. But my question to you really is, what is the link to the NCCB or part 2 here? Or is it all I'm not sure what's trying to be intended.
So if we look at word maintain, no change. So I would say that by maintaining, which is that we are giving partial effects. So we will be giving the term
What do you think the essential characteristics are? Are they intrinsic factors? Are they?
I think that yes, they can be intrinsic, but they can also be those methods that are the values that we have to policy proposed policies. So we're talking about those characteristics that make it feel official.
So that would be intrinsic and a couple of things like community values as well. Of course, I'll give that to you. So 4.29, you said the essential characteristics of fuel and include a range of values for current fuel. The facility is insufficient unit for the stage 4. Is there any input or significant adverse effects on the outstanding natural character or landscape values at this point in time?
We don't have the information.
Not even on a location by location.
Not, no.
Need objective 16.1.2 on page 21 is preserve remoteness and wilderness values. Now, some of that preserve, that makes me think that's more than a central view. Not in my mind, remoteness and wilderness values are human values we're placing on something. But then preserve is high language, isn't it? That's a kind of a void environmental line. So my question really is for you is whether that is more about amenity values or whether remoteness and wilderness values again encompassing.
An area can be broken without someone being there, so it does have an element of nature. But at the same time, it falls under amenity values as well, as the values on media. And because we're talking about experience in an area with experience the value, so it probably about
it. Is the language that strong in terms of amenity values or is it plain values?
it's not.
Not what we do, but to maintain.
So addition 4 is talking about maintaining and enhancing open space policies and recreation opportunities. Maintain and
So as we move to deliberation and we may become aware of where the language of the existing plan may not align with the language of the NZCPs. Here's some of my questions about can the effect was pretty strong in the 3 box. And most of my questions are about exploring the walls of our box and making sure we stay in them. When we come across situations where the language doesn't align with the higher order instrument, but there's no scope for changing, how does that how do we deal with that? And obviously you'll deal with it through the plans here, but how do we,
So I think, management of remote environment values is challenging because yes, it falls within amenity values, but it also falls within landscape values and their contextual quality. So I think in terms of the NZCDS, you do the two layers of directness and the community values aspect, but then there's also the protection aspect of that thing. So we really need to it is challenging, and I think we need to, and that's why I have relied on policy Australia because at the moment we don't have good information on these values, and we don't want if it's to increase and then be in a situation where those values are degraded to a point that back. So I think it's, I mean, one of the remote values is challenging is it doesn't need to be fixed within, I mean, it's values for landscape values. It covers both entities.
Because I see a similar problem for us with objective 16.3.1, one of them we're being asked to sign off that was affect to, but then it doesn't use the word avoid. It says effects of surface water and community and intrinsic values in the title, doesn't actually say avoid effects. But again, I'm scratching it where our scope is here, when we can see problems with the language that don't fit the higher order document. You know, do we just ignore that? Or is there some scope for us? There's a submission there, or in this case, it's a report. Or do we just have to try and say, well, again, focus this on one step to?
So when we read objective 16.1.3, it states to ensure that commercial and private recreational services do not adversely affect the intrinsic value of the field and coastal environment. Then when we read that in conjunction with the policy that affects towards water, that's my opinion. We are moving to partially to and that's that those words do not adversely affect.
In policy 16.2.1, identify and protect areas at risk of diminished natural character, landscape, and amenity, but it doesn't actually say identify and protect areas currently impacted.
No, so the intention of that, because we don't have good information across the whole of the intention of that policy through the consent process, that is something that we should be looking at as a that is vulnerable to the
So again, you're suggesting that we just look with that wording in the interim, and that's something that would be looked at through one review.
why it goes in review when we have
And is it appropriate or helpful to the regional council for this anyone to make comments on policies like that perhaps need attention on wording in terms of not just looking at risk, but those that may not be in. Or are we just outside the scope? As you can see, I'm a creature that tries to get out of the box, but I'll stay in it.
well, I think we have we get to look at the submission on it as well, and there's one submission, and it looks good, I think it's 25. But I don't think there's any reason why, and the recommendation is that. Mike, on the other end, Mike.
Would be interested in those, did you hear that line of questioning?
Yes, Madam Chair, I heard the line of questioning. I couldn't hear all of Ms. Robertson's answers. But the line of questioning was, what does the panel do if it finds the wording doesn't give effect to the NZCPS, but there isn't scope to fix it? And yes, in that situation, you find yourself in a bit of a tricky one. If the panel doesn't have scope to make to change those provisions, it's a decision to not because we're in a planned change. It's not like you can say no and reject the objectives and policies. You do find yourself in a difficult situation, and so what we have seen occur in the past, and I think this is entirely appropriate, is for panels to make findings that provisions do not give effect to the NZCPS or do not fully give effect to the NZCPS. And that is a matter that you can record in your decision and the council can consider in future processes.
Thank you. The issue of the food's not amazing, it was what, so I just flipped over and I've got a few questions that I can give them what I can always speak. So we might take a break now, we'll say there's a hot beer, because it's just from 12 past 3 to 10:30 in commercial food. Sound like a rule, it's not a net when I don't really pretty. Time you. Like,
Okay, welcome everybody. And I just want to reiterate again, I make no apologies that we're behind time already because it's just impossible to judge how long this string is with questions. And this is our only opportunity with you, Ms. Robertson, to set the scene of what is quite a chunky report. So no apologies for being over time already. So Councillor Cook has got a question. I think we'll make our way through the panel.
Okay, just, there was one on the Booth report that mentioned the social caring capacity. I'm not sure I understand what that means. Could you enlighten?
Well, I can give my opinion, but it might be something that in the right of reply I seek advice from Dr. Case, Dr. Boots, she can give her expert opinion because I'm not an expert. But in terms of the social caring capacity, it's looking at, that would be from the next stage when we're looking at the wider coastal plan review and gathering more information in terms of what effects are occurring in the Auckland coastal environment. We will be looking at talking to users and understanding their perceptions of values and trying to work out what is the level that is appropriate that maintains or protects those values while still enabling people to visit that area. So we're talking about what is an appropriate level.
One other question related to the floodplains. I know that floodplains were not included in the recommendation. Having been there and mostly driven by floodplains together and out. Why aren't they part of the surface water activity? What do you think?
So the floodplain areas are covered by the key craft provisions that in the regional coastal plan, and that will be reviewed as part of the wider coastal review process. So it's just a different part of the plan that manages those activities.
Thank you. That's true.
Just over the break and just talking about the crossover sort of between the department of conservation and the regional council, and sort of obviously we recognise the need for integrated management and consistent management. And I think it was read out through the evidence of Ms. Young that you hadn't referred to the population management strategy per se in the report, and you didn't specifically address in your addendum either. Ms. Young came to the conclusion that it was consistent with the CMS. Have you had the time to reflect on that and do anything?
Yes, so in the section during the plan development process, we assess the proposal's consistency with the Southland Marine Conservation Management Strategy, and there is a small paragraph on that talks about the CMS within the section 32 report, but it's my opinion that it's consistent with the CMS as well.
What's the reference in the section 32A the agency?
It is section 14.19. It doesn't make a conclusion about it, but it does reference it after talking about the definition in terms of other documents that are relevant and should be given regard to it.
So you agree it's consistent, you're on the same page as with you?
Yes.
Yeah. So the whole idea of having one regulator on the land, one of the sea, it's quite a challenge, isn't it, to control things, because often somebody will say, I'm getting a rental consent, claim the concession, but doctors say, well, you get consent and then we'll deal with the concession. You know, in reality, it must be very difficult for both parties to basically work within a boundary that doesn't exist.
Yes, I would agree, and with two lots of planning documents, one relating to land and one relating to coastal environment, but of course, relation to.
And is there also a rough view that most people accessing the national park are doing so from the water, therefore regional council kind of holds the key to limiting some of the effects on the land? There must be a lot of recreational vessels that come in that have no idea about anything, and you know, landing people ashore in the national park where perhaps they shouldn't. So is that a perception of the department that kind of from sounds like hold the key to access?
It has come up through the regional coastal plan review that yes, that's one of the ways that people access the national park is from the coastal plan. Yeah, so the council is responsible for managing the activity and therefore can develop policies to try and make a seamless and integrated approach to that, given that it's a coastal environment.
So that's a really difficult area, isn't it? At the moment, the regional council doesn't control commercial, recreational vessels or non-commercial vessels. So for the department, there is no gatekeeper as word or anything that has to, any step that has to be gone through for those people before they could basically just into the national park.
Yeah, so that recreational vessels do not require existence in the coastal plan.
It's be a big area of focus, no doubt, for the review of the plan, trying to get this integrated approach between the two frameworks.
Yes.
Good along. Ms. Robertson, look, you've referred quite a few times to the need for more information. Just wondered if you could give me more clarity about I mean, apart from what we got, no information available. So what's the kind of information that we look for? I need a flavour.
So I think one of the really big things for the management of these types of buildings is identifying our users, what they perceive the level of effect is, and what they consider as appropriate and not appropriate. At the moment, we've got information from stakeholders and some operators through their document-based report, but we haven't had a good whole of the ordnance survey completed for a very long time on the users of Fiordland, and I think that is a key piece of information that's missing at the moment around the visitors and the recreational users, what they perceive the impact of vessels to be within the building.
We would ecological information fit into that.
So that is one of the string that will be looked at and is being looked at in terms of the wider coastal plan review.
Is there other information like that they can just help me understand that more, as we say, the more holistic understanding of data that will be informing the review?
Expert opinions on landscapes and natural features and natural character. That is also another part of that whole holistic picture. There's also some of the submitters have raised a lot of pressure around moorings and structures, so you need an understanding of that, the level of activity from structures and other moorings in Fiordland. So it's getting a more complete picture around what is going on in there, and then how best to manage it for the long term, giving effect to the coastal policy statement and achieving the goals.
Okay. And so that's a survey statement point, but quite often in this report, the term cumulative has been taken up. So is there a sense of you would be looking at what that term means when you go to look for data? I mean, this is background information.
So cumulative is when we're looking at all the activity together, and what level of impact that it is having on the values. So that would be the commercial votes, the recreational votes, the cruise ships, the structures, everything cumulatively, so together, and what is the level of impact. So that would be one of the things that we see. Thoughts on from users and visitors to get an understanding of where it's at the moment and the level that might be appropriate moving forward.
Well, no, the advantage of being the last person to ask questions means that mine have all been asked. I'm just trying to narrow some down. We need to be using your report here. 4.64 is you've asked me for this. I think we'll suggest that the amendment is repeated of generally being fielded generally free of implementation. I guess I think we generally makes me really nervous. Because I think there's people like this Baker Galloway do their scope to argue what generally means, and to me it's a crack in the door to an argument. I just wonder whether or not there could be an amendment to the explanation that would say, instead of using the word generally, that would add the exceptions, and because the exceptions are quite limited, aren't they? They really are. Milford and Deep Cove and Kisby. And I wonder if we could improve the language there by being more specific rather than putting a word like generally. Because what I mean is,
I would agree that that would be appropriate.
so you would come back to us on that. Yeah. I'll have to find things that are in scope. 4.68, in the middle of that paragraph, you've referred to policies 13, 14, and 11, but I think you might mean 15.
Needs to activate to leave them thing.
Yep. In the whole paragraph 4.70, and it's for this argument about the use of maintain, preserve, and protect. And my question here is why not use the wording protect and maintain? Why? I know that's make us some others concerns, but it's one of.
So this is regarding policy 16.2.2 clause 3. And in my recommended amendments, I partially accepted the recommendation of the request of real journeys in their submission. And sought that, so that is on page 85 of the document. And I've recommended that after are protected, with this comma, or maintained where values have been developed.
That's, because I'm looking at the track change, well, that was for notification, so, okay, so in your report you have, that we're going to just read out.
It's on page 85. Your
Stop using the track change for notification. Policy 16.2.3, we're just looking at the heading there. The void or mitigate. I just wondered whether that should be avoid and mitigate. It's not a
Yes, it would be, avoid and mitigate. Yes, yes.
Just in paragraph, 4.77, you've said, about. Consider outlines fuel and vessel noise generally diminishes to an insignificant amount for at least 12 hours a day overnight. And obviously you've raised the precautionary approach there, it's fully understood. But the message for us for that would really be that if there is some respite offered overnight from commercial surface water activities, then it would be really important in the Waikato and to focus on nighttime water sources, which is a lot of that. Could that be an area that's important and we don't know much?
Yes, yeah, through the wider coastal review.
Moving 4.78, forest and bird supports the policy, now the seeks that scope be expanded to consider other marine species, such as tepuara, and that assists susceptible to human disturbance. And I'm going to push you as why not include all endangered and at-risk significant habitats or species in there?
So the reason that this policy, so policy 16.2.3 doesn't, is it is focused on marine mammals. But policy 16.2.2 does recognise that Indigenous biological diversity is a significant value of Fiordland, and looks to use a precautionary approach when we're considering resource concerns for surface water activities to ensure that international, national, and regional values of the field and coastal environment are protected and integrated. So it's my opinion that those other important marine species are covered under policy 16.2.2.
We 8.0, last sentence, the broadening of policy 16.2.3 will create duplication within section 16. And I'm not sure what you meant there. I just wondered whether you could explain what you meant in terms of creating duplication.
So policy 16.2.5 talks about non-commercial uses.
Oh, so it would report it to all.
All users,
Yeah. Point two, does it refer to habitat in species or is it just habitat?
It covers both habitat but also Indigenous biological diversity.
So, because a threshold in terms of the NZZPS is significant habitats, isn't it? This is no effects, basically, this is a void effects, isn't it? So it includes any effects, not just significant. So to give effect to NZZPS, you need to avoid effects on significant habitats and then on any Indigenous species that are threatened or at risk. And that doesn't really pick up that subtlety, does it?
So policy 11 of the NZCP is regarding protecting Indigenous biological diversity. And so clause 1D does include Indigenous biological diversity. So it's not, it does cover it, in my opinion, but it doesn't specifically say species.
No, but what I'm saying is it actually sets the threshold higher than what the law does. The law says that the threshold for anything that's not threatened or endangered there's actually no significant adverse effects on those species. Whereas this policy says, and it could well be that through this process, it's justified at a higher level, but there's an inconsistency with policy 11. You see what I'm saying?
Yes, yeah, I understand.
Setting a higher threshold. There might be something for to
Yes,
attune to in your right of reply as well, whether that is appropriate to set a higher threshold than also. You just explain the mechanics of how it works. So the recommendation is to delete policy 16.2.4, which is the amount of commercial service for activity, and I'm on the top of page 52. So could you explain how that will work? So at the moment, there's no reasons consents required. If those vessels are only operating north, no consents is required, is that right?
no, so, policy 16.2.4 is existing within the regional coastal plan, and we're recommending it be removed because it says essentially to place no limit on the amount of commercial surface water activities that are taking place within Milford Sound with Waitahi. So we're recommending that be removed at this point. Sorry, could you repeat the rest of the question? I was lost.
Yeah, so then what does that mean? So there was no limit, you're removing it, says there's no limit. So what would that mean for operators in Milford
Sound? So they would then fall under proposed policy 16.2.2, which seeks to avoid adverse effects on increasing vessel and seeks the adoption of a proportionate approach when considering resource consents. So they would still, those operators would still require resource consent because they are commercial service activities. It just means that that limit, that no limit that was within policy 16.2.4 is removed from the plan. So we're not saying anymore that there should be as many commercial service activities as wants to follow.
So the real change is then there will be a process to go through a consent, and then you have to just apply the policies that are in the section, now sections of the plan, and decide whether it's appropriate or not. It's not just case by case rather than plan set.
Yes, so that's still at the moment under the Auckland Regional Coastal Plan, they still require a resource consent, but that policy says that there should be no limit. Whereas now with that proposal to remove it, we're relying on the other new proposed policies in terms of whether or not it is appropriate.
Now the link to what's going on in Marlborough seems to be that infrastructure is starting to propose a limit of the environment over what boats can increase there. Is there a link for a decision maker considering a consent to consider that infrastructure in the capacity of the existing infrastructure, or whether it's more infrastructure is required for an activity? It seems to me that's quite a pertinent point of consideration. Is there policy guidance in terms of infrastructure?
That's something I want to come back to you on because there's not within section 16 of the plan, but it may well be covered in other areas.
Would it be fair for you to just go through this process that probably some of the assumptions made when the plan was first put in, that places like Husky Sound, the growth will be limited by the very little infrastructure that's there and the distance from fuel and things like that. That's actually what we've seen as a change in use of infrastructure and over time. So that kind of identifies maybe that there's a policy gap here in relation to commercial service.
Potentially, something I can come back to that is
And also that guidance around an operator can kind of get a commercial surface water activity, and then that's separate to the structure. And I'm not saying those two things should be the same, because obviously by the law, you know, you might sell the structure and separate things. It's the same to be said in terms of any guidance about integrating the management of the use of structures and perhaps other associated activities that might not be covered by the regional council rules. Where you've got, it's all infrastructure related, access, the effects of those activities.
I would say that's probably something that we would look at as part of the wider coastal planning review process.
For the integration between structure use. So that's certainly what some of the submitters are saying, that, you know, in the meantime, moorings are popping up here, there and everywhere, and it's actually being driven by commercial service with them. Activities heading to commercial use property.
Yes, yeah, so structures, moorings and structures within Fiordland is something that will be dealt with through the regional coastal planning review.
The dual name issue. Are you in agreement with the evidence from Mr. Wanana on behalf of that he is keen for it to be the married name first, the English, regardless of the gazetted names for that forward.
Yes, so within the original amendment, we have included definitions. So we acknowledge that it's not the gazetted name, but we have included definitions to note that it's not the gazetted name, but that's the name that we are using.
So your recommendation is in line with the evidence?
Yes.
We probably all 4.1 to 4 now on page 56, and you talk there about, you've acknowledged that there maybe is a disconnect between the policy heading and the policy. And my question really is whether all the policies in the scope of review have been checked for that disconnect between the heading and the actual policy.
Yes, they have been. This one was one where it was been worded better.
So good. The terminology that you use about cumulative effects number 4.135 there on page 58, and we're talking about ships. Is the language ships versus vessels? Is there a difference there and why it's ships?
Yes, so ships is the terminology used within the wider coastal plan. And so that's why the provisions and the explanation refer to ships.
If that terminology was to be considered, then it would be part of the review, and it would be an overall change in terminology.
Yes.
You want 4.13 H, you talk here about you agree the ability of the landscape to absorb change as a consideration. is the ability to absorb change, is that the same thing as the sensitivity of the receiving environment to change?
Yes, so the sensitivity and vulnerability will come in underneath that piece.
Jumping over to 4.167, you talk there in the last sentence, monitoring programs and funding for them occurs through the long-term plan process, which sits outside SB5. So that would be for sort of state of the environment monitoring plans, wouldn't it? But actual resource consent monitoring is 100% cost recovery from the consent holder, isn't it?
Yes, so there is an avenue within resource consents to monitor those. But I think some of these programs or some of the monitoring, it might not be a monitoring of resource consents as such, it might be more wider. So it might be professional users, it might be all the structures, so that would be for the monitoring process.
So, for example, if the camera has strategic point to see exactly how many some movements are going on, it would be that state of the environment monitoring rather than just commercial service.
Yeah, that's my understanding, but I could find it to you.
On the end, he was me. Paragraph 4.213, page 69. You see, I therefore recommend clause B is clarified that this is relating to proposals that did not lawfully exist as at 8th of July 2022. So lawfully exist doesn't mean that physically undertaking it. Lawfully exist in that context is have a consent to undertake the activity.
Correct.
But nobody has experience, including the environment, the dolphins. Nobody has experienced the environment as it would be with all of those consents exercised. There's the wild card everyone talks about. Wild card.
Yes, yes. So if they were all exercised, so some resource consents, renewal ones generally do have trip limits in them, but some of the other ones don't.
So that you've got the issue that you just responded to, Commissioner Curtis, on in terms of the environment, in terms of further information on the environment. But if the consented environment or what could happen isn't happening, how do you get information about what the effects are of something that hasn't been experienced?
And that's one of the big challenges moving forward with the coastal plan review is how are we best placed to get the best information we can on that. I don't think we will ever be in a position where we have all the information because of that, but we need to get better information and the best information we can.
Then sort of link back to questions before about some other policy guidance about use of a loser type. Then which is supported by the NCCPs and making sure the functional needs and not locking up resource levels. In terms of where the plan's going, just to give us a flavour, the natural character and outstanding landscape assessment has been completed.
So there were some reports completed, but they have not been released publicly.
Is all of the field and CMA likely to be significant in terms of landscapes and natural character?
That's my opinion of it's likely.
Would that include the external parts, not just the internal waters? So that would include all CMA waters of field, and the majority of those will fall in. And I'm not holding your feet to the fire. That obviously there'll be some areas that won't be, you know, like because the lodge and things like that.
So in my opinion, generally speaking, I would say these are include the whole of the coastal environment. There's some questions around areas with around development. So for example, that was come out here, and we've seen, you know, there has been some modification there, so close representation will be required in those areas.
And has the assessment being undertaken as if those consented activities are part of the environment? Or has it been two assessments where there's an assessment that says, okay, we have let's say a mooring here or a wharf structure. It's got a consent for 10 years. It's not part of the physical environment in terms of it's a short-term activity. Do you know the basis of the assessment, whether there's been two undertaken like that? So basically you look at the environment without something and then with something, so that you actually understand the effect of the existing thing.
Yeah, so my understanding is that there hasn't been two studies done, so just the one, and it's based on what's there.
It's the real difficulty, and I've seen the track that fallen into around the country actually, where there's the teachers go out and assess what's there, and there's a marine farm there or whatever, but it actually, reports have said it's a temporary structure that is not permanent, and that it should be assessed as having a temporary effect for whatever runs. But the council's done their assessment as if those things form part of the environment because they have a consent at this point in time. And therefore you can never really address the cumulative effects of the mooring, the marine farm, the GC and things. And the landscape architect comes in and says, well, this isn't significant because of these features. Actually, that tells you what the effect of those features has been on the landscape. So how is the council going to grapple with that? One assessment.
So it's something that we need to work through, and I don't think we've resolved it. So there was a live issue.
It's not something we need to raise. The council was aware of through the process. Because it seems to be happening like with very recent reviews.
I would say there's nothing to prevent you from putting that in more recommendations.
The regional coastal plan has footnotes in it that say gives effect to New Zealand Coastal Policy Statement 2010. So there was obviously some retrofitting that went on of the New Zealand Coastal Policy Statement since 2010. My question to you is that at different stages you say that the regional plan does not give effect to the NCCPs because of the order of things and the way they occurred. When I see footnotes like that, that confuses me. So I guess my question is, Does the regional coastal plan give effect to the NZCP's? Or did it at a point in time? It has been reviewed since 2010.
So I'm not sure what the reference referring to, but the whole coastal plan has not been reviewed, since it was developed. Sections of it have been, and I can't remember all off the top of my head, but there was a plan change about 7 or 8 years ago to deep code provisions around structures and lines and things like this, so that might be where that footnote reference is from.
I may have been reading for something else actually in terms of water quality standards, but it just raised in my mind how much of the plan was retrofitted like that, or whether the courts put in some things.
Yeah, so no, the whole coastal plan hasn't been reviewed, it's just used in a handbook, so this is plan change 5, so there's been 4 other discrete changes to the coastal plan at various times.
Just one further one, and it's really related to Dr. Bird's report and sort of the claim that this is the sole technical justification and the plan change 5. Do you accept that it is the sole justification?
No, so I think, however, that terminology was used in some of the documents, so it forms one part of proposed plan change 5. We've also had the regional coastal plan sufficiency review, which highlighted some concerns, and there's been other work going on for the wider regional coastal plan review that identified some concerns, so it wouldn't be the only thing that comes out of the package.
It does also include communications that you've been receiving from external parties, be it the Florida Guardians, or the Department of Conservation will also include that kind of external.
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, just a couple more that I wanted to ask if I may. 215, it refers to real journeys wanting to adopt planets. Any not supportive of that? Can you just get one? Page 69.
So go back to the original submission. I didn't recommend that change be made because it would might limit it, whereas at the moment the clause reads the applicant's adoption, particularly voluntary, of practices which avoid or if avoidance is not possible, adequate and immediate adverse effects. So to me, practices codes would fit under practices. It's more wide reaching than just codes of practice.
And separately from that, through to like 4.246 and 4.247 on page 74. We recommended in the first paragraph of definition of wilderness, and in the following paragraph recommended the differences between Western concepts of wilderness and Indigenous concept of wilderness, and what's included in those definitions. And we would consider to use the Western definition is appropriate.
So at the moment, it comes back to that information we have and working through that with Mark Bennett in terms of what wilderness means for them and how we can incorporate that. So we're looking to do that as part of the wider coastal plan. That definition that has been included in the from the first report, which drew on the operators, and some other key stakeholders, and it's picked up aspects that those people raised in terms of what wilderness means to them. So that's why I recommend that that definition be included at this point.
My understanding is the council. I think those are in the process.
Yes.
And so surely there is a more established understanding of the concept of the national improvements.
So there is, but I wouldn't say it's at a point yet to put it within a planning document. I'm not opposed to it. But at this stage, I don't have that information in terms of what. So that I've taken it in the EV management plan, and also from in terms of how wilderness kind of feel around the wilderness, that they are a part of it. But what I'm working under in terms of the NCCPs and the information that we have with the definition of wilderness public improvement report, that was specific to the wilderness. So those people that were surveyed identified those governments as being part of Portland.
You would accept that Indigenous communities is a name and it's
Yes.
Yes, I do have. Would like to take back to page 57, please. 4.132. In relation to helicopters. And the field of underground guardians seeking clause 5 is expanded to include helicopter landings below the high water and vessel based landing networks. So can you just help me understand, firstly, the difference between a helicopter and a float plane, apart from the obvious, right? And what future we might be looking at for helicopters in particular, because of the aircraft provision in the RCP.
Yeah, so the aircraft and helicopter provisions will be reviewed as part of the wider cost of payment review process. At this stage, I don't know what direction they will be.
So is there an opportunity for us to in this green change to raise the issue?
Yes, potentially. So I guess there's two ways. Well, there's possibly more than two, but helicopters obviously they land on beaches, but they can also involve commercial vessels. So it is connected to commercial surface water activities, and that's why with that ancillary activities and inclusion of that, we're looking into how can we manage the effects of those aircraft and small vessels or associated with vessels as well.
So that's interesting. That's some of the questions before this course. I'm just really reading it. I'm not reading one of the report, which is probably dangerous, but in terms of my questions about infrastructure before, which is the same kind of question which has been asked here. So if somebody were considering a new application under the non-complying activity status, then the decision maker would go to policy 16.2.8 and you would have the ability to consider then, or be directed to consider any increased ancillary activities such as helicopters. So what the access is flying them out. Would that include float planes, or because that's just in defined areas that's not relevant?
I'd have to come back to you on that. So float plane landings is in defined areas. It's generally I think, but I would have to come back to you on that. But the definition of ancillary activities does include all activities associated with commercial service water activities. So if the float plane was associated with a commercial service water activity, we would have to consider that.
It doesn't actually say access means access or anything, does it? That, you know, how your passengers are coming in and out. So I guess you could argue from the, but 8 does talk about the presence and use of doing your job here now. The presence and use of structures, including moorings and related commercial surface water activity proposal. So that would be the kind of infrastructure related So for example, in Milford, if somebody wanted to increase their operation, the decision maker would have to look at the presence and use of structures, whether or not there was in fact usage space, or passenger loading facilities for that, nothing would come under here.
It would, yes, but then, that structure needed 50%, that would come to a different area. But you would have to consider that.
That's the hard bit, isn't it? When it comes to decision makers and bits and bobs, and the next thing you've got something that looks quite different. Okay. Good question. Not. Okay, will you please sign this, Robertson? That's the end of our questions for you for now. No, but I like to, as things get raised by civilians, and maybe I'll just direct to you. We'll be looking for something more, which saves me going through at the end. So thank you very much for your report. It was quite a lengthy report that you did before the petition, and you were very succinct. So thank you very much for your report. So that brings us to you, Ms. Galloway, and your team. And sorry to hold you up. I hope you don't have any time limits today. I have no time limits. When I see a 3 o'clock finish, beware. So over to you. Obviously, we had the ability to pre-read your legal submissions, which is good. And I don't know if you wanted to highlight anything to us or respond to anything this morning. Over to you, really.
Thank you. I will highlight a little bit. And the 3 witnesses have prepared 2-page summaries to read out, that will end up as well. So what I wanted to just to set the scene, I'm conscious that people may not have read my submissions about in the room or in the hearing. So just to set the scene, I was just going to read my summary paragraphs on the front page, and then dive into just 2 or 3 different places in the document. So the summary of Real NZ's position is that PC5 is well intentioned, but it is an overreaction to predictions that have not played out of pressures and patterns of use post-COVID of internal waters of the Fiordland coastal marine area. And as such, it would be more effective and efficient for the council to focus its resources on progressing the well overdue coastal plan review. The fundamental premise for PC5, as described in Section 32 report, is that it is intended to be focused on managing the uncontrolled intensification of commercial surface water activities with respect to the internal waters of Fiordland. But respectfully, if one looks at Section 16 rules prior to PC5, it cannot be suggested that the rule framework allows for uncontrolled intensification. The rules contain a cascade of activity statuses from prohibited to discretionary. The most permissive status is full discretionary, meaning that all effects, including cumulative effects, can be taken into account if a new activity seeks consent. So my submission is counterpart to a regime that allows for uncontrolled intensification. There is a theme, there is not a robust evidential basis to demonstrate that surface water activities are adversely affecting the internal waters of Fiordland, or that the proposed changes are justified or necessary to meet the council's obligations and achieve the purpose of the RMA and the NZCPS. The reason or issue apparently giving rise to the changes being that COVID-19 changed tourism use patterns to the extent that surface water activities are adversely affecting the environment is not supported by the evidence. And so to assist on this point, Real NZ's evidence has tried to give you an evidential basis to show you that visitor demand within the internal waters of CMA is largely reverted back to resemble the pre-COVID-19 patterns, which is that there's a greater demand for the commercial day trips and a reduction in demand for backcountry activities in the southern and more remote fjords. So essentially, there was a post-COVID blip of that increased use of the remoter and wilder southern fjords, but it was just that, it was a blip. Despite not thinking that the plan change is justified, we have come to this hearing to try and be helpful, both with evidence, but also with Mr. Clark's evidence has some more flesh on the bones of the relief sought in Red NZ's submission in terms of redrafting policies. Yeah, that's where I'm going to stop reading out my submissions. I'm just going to take you to some different points I did want to highlight. So my next page, page 3, paragraph 7A, again look at our critique of the report. Just urge you to listen to Mr. Norris's evidence on the recovery of international visitor arrivals being better than anticipated. And there's been a decrease in the domestic travel due to New Zealanders now getting back onto their own overseas travel. So that's reducing that demand on the southern, more remote fjords. And Mr. Norris also states that demand patterns are trending back to previous patterns of greater demand for those commercial day trips that are easier to access areas. At B, we do remain concerned that Dr. Booth's report will be potentially tainted by trade competitor bias because it interviewed existing, not all of them, but some of the existing incumbent operators who obviously have a vested interest in preventing the competition. So the weight that is given to it, I submit justice to take that into account. And in respect of the evidence to justify the policy 6.2.3, which is the marine mammal policy, submit that the evidence to justify that is quite light. And I'll touch on later in my submissions about our preferred drafting for a policy that is directed at protecting marine mammals from the effects of commercial surface water activities. So paragraph 8, I highlighted some other features of the witnesses with respect to the evidentiary material. I don't propose to go into those in any more detail, except at the top of page 5, I just wanted to express our concern that this is, if the intention is to hold the line, it's only ever going to be an incomplete holding of the line because it's not assessing or controlling the effect of cruise ships. The provisions of section 13 are unchanged in their use as their triggers through as permitted. It's not controlling, as has been pointed out by the panel, the effects of helicopters directly or the existing effects of floatplanes. So it's a partial set of controls with a light eventual justification. So the actual ability to achieve the objective of holding the line is, in my submission, quite limited. And that quote there was really hit me, my footnote 16, as to the effect of those cruise ships, which is just not being controlled by this partial plan change. The next section of my submissions is on the theme of referring the Environment Southland put its important resources into the full review of the regional coastal plan, not this very piecemeal plan change. In case you need that reference at my paragraph C on page 6, those are the plan changes that have taken place to date, where the result of those might have resulted in those footnotes, Madam Chair, that you were noting in respect of the New Zealand Postal Policy Statement, because they do all post-date NZ. My 11, I note that ES have acknowledged that RCP needs updating as out of step with current legislation and policy. And one of our submissions, it is our preference that the council withdraw this plan change so that it can 100% focus its resources and research on the full review of the plan, and the council has got the ability to do that under clause 8D of schedule 1. Up until a point, for example, I think the point at which they can not withdraw plan changes is when an environmental hearing commences and really influence. So the council certainly has that discretion to focus its resources on the full review of the coastal plan, which would be our preference. At 13, I do want to point out a deficiency in the section 32 valuation, when it was looking at the options to achieve the objective. 32 evaluation only consider the status quo or prohibited status as alternatives, which in my submission is a significant omission. No party is sensibly advocating that Environment Southland take no action. And what the section 32 evaluation did not evaluate was the obvious option of the full regional coastal plan review. The other point I wanted to expand on a bit, especially having listened to the conversation this morning and the relevant directive objectives and policies in the New Zealand Coastal Policy Statement. And this is another option that hasn't really been, I don't think, looked at in much detail. The New Zealand Coastal Policy Statements, objectives and policies are relevant to consenting decisions under the coastal plan, particularly if there's a general consensus that it's out of date and it doesn't give full effect right now to the New Zealand Coastal Policy Statement. So any full discretionary or non-compliant consent that's applied for from now on should, in accordance with the Davidson decision, actually be looking directly at the NZCP. So where there are gaps or uncertainties or the existing policy framework is dated, the NZCP is, which is, we agree, is directed and very carefully so, respectively of its amenity values or significant indigenous habitats and species values or coastal landscape and natural character. It's not like we're dealing with these consents in a vacuum. The NZCPS is that authoritative direction that would hold the line in the meantime while the regional coastal policy statement goes through its full review. And so that's the point I make at paragraph 16. Having said all those stated things, we have tried to be helpful with some constructive suggestions to change the policies so that we've tried to remove what we saw as lack of clarity or uncertainty. We've expanded on 16.2.7 so that it's much more directed at each of the different places. So Mr. Clark and Ms. Black as well will be able to, got questions on actual provisions, but we might be able to answer any questions on those. But the other point that I've addressed more in my legal submissions, starting in my paragraph 20, is that there is agreement, I think, amongst the parties and the officers that this is a temporary measure, and that it isn't to be seen as setting a baseline. And I'm pretty sure the officer said that this morning as well. So, and we do think it is important because of the lack of evidence to actually justify this plan change. We think it's important that that's explicit and sort of not lost in the midst of time when this plan change is in effect for the last 3 years. And we don't want it to be accidentally pointed to as saying that's what was considered to be appropriate back in the day, because that's not, as I understand it, how it's even been promoted by council or its officers. And I've highlighted provisions from the section 42 report that reflect that. So what we've suggested on the next page is to make that explicit. It's not a baseline, it is temporary. We've suggested a form of objective policy and a rule that actually make it clear that it is intended to be a time-bound plan change. Those are a set of drafting that could give effect to that position, which, as I understand it from the merits, is not disagreed with. It's just whether or not it's helpful for that to be explicit in the provisions themselves. And in my submission, particularly is if we are having resource management replaced, again, as time passes, people's memories forget what sat behind the plan change. But if it is actually in the plan change itself, in 5 years, say when people are looking back and know, if we are doing these new natural built environment plans for the whole region, when we're looking back at what is the current status of the coastal thing itself, but at least it's there very clearly in the provisions themselves and not just the very reports that people may or may not get. Paragraph 24, on page 10, is about trying to assist with the policy number, which I've got on page 16.2.3, just pointing out, you know, our preference is that policy defer effectively to the department's statutory and operational expertise in respect of managing effects on marine mammals. So we're not suggesting there not be a policy, but have suggested a redrafting that squarely prefers its department that manages those effects. So those were the main points I wanted to highlight in respect of whether or not the commissioners need to do a site visit. Mr. Norris might be able to talk to you more about that, about why it was considered important for you to refresh yourselves as to the scale of the place in the character of existing areas in terms of intensity of use. Obviously, it's not a busy kind of year, but that was just, you know, the concern that we had is that some of you will have a great familiarity and others on another. You do have familiarity, so it's a personal, not personal, it'll be a professional call, whether based on your own previous experience, how you actually need to do that. And if you do have a particular conversation like you, I suggest you have a chat with Mr. Morris. So that was all I wanted to highlight. And thank you for the conversation.
Thank you very much. It's very high level. I wonder if you could step us through you've been so helpful that there's so many options. Let's put it that way. It's very annoying when people say we don't want this, but they don't tell you what they want. And if we don't get this, this is our plan B. And I think that's particularly the perfect approach. But that leads me to this question as to what is your number one request. And I assume from what you said this morning, your number one request would be to recommend that we recommend for council to withdraw PC5. Is that your first?
That is still our first, but we have come with suggestions that if you proceed with it, you know, this is a better version of Can Change 5 that would work.
Yeah. And if we don't agree with that, if we proceed to make a recommendation for council, then you're seeking the change that you put for us. There's no sort of there's no areas where you haven't put forward an alternative, is that you put an alternative for
the matters that are important today, we've focused on what's important. So whilst we didn't cover everything in our submission in Mr. Clark's evidence or in my legal submissions, because what we're bringing to you today are the
this time-bound one's an interesting one. Is that within the scope of the original submission?
I'd have to double check the actual submission, but given the full opposition to the plan change, I would say it is in scope of that general concept, which is either no plan change to make it very clear that this is a very temporary holding the line. It will be in scope of that plan. It's temporary holding the line, not a baseline.
And so the way the rule 16.2.1 reads there, on your page 9, after the drop dead date of 5 years, then it will just revert back to being a discretionary activity, and that framework is still there in terms of that discretionary role.
Yes, except for that deleted parts of it.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think what other consequential changes might be required if that didn't.
Yeah, there might be some more, but I guess the other reason for suggesting black and white time-bound provisions is it does assist with the motivation to really get on with the original coastal plan.
So in terms of what you heard from Ms. Robson this morning, in terms of the time frame, that doesn't give me any satisfaction that
If it's notified at the end of 2024, but at that point, the objectives and policies become relevant, but in a lot of the rules would actually start to include it as well, assuming we're still dealing with the business management. But and I know that that's their intention, and really will be doing everything in to assess that. But despite best intentions, I have seen councils make those predictions in other places that it just doesn't happen. Yes, it gives some comfort that that's the deadline that's been set, but we know that it gets overtaken. Best intentions and the research that is needed is not going to be a straightforward piece of research, and we didn't get a full impression of whether they've done a comprehensive landscape and natural character review or just started that. You'll be familiar that the guidelines was it wrong? The guidelines for landscape experts have come out, and so we need we'll need to have the confidence that the review comprehensively response with those. The review of users' perceptions won't be an easy exercise. It's a comprehensive piece of research. So despite best intentions and just watching the Otago Regional Council with its water plan go through equally difficult freshwater issues, it always takes longer than it is predicted.
Not to mention a little thing there about narrow reform and potential change of government and those.
Most things exactly.
But your focus has mainly been on the council and things have been seen in the past to take priorities and take longer.
Yeah.
Questions from this back? I know the quick question about how you came to 5 years being an optimal temporary.
It's an arbitrary number. So 6, 4, yeah. It just felt fair in terms of, surely something will be notified within 5 years. 3 would really put pressure on to get the review at least notified. So
it's more a procedural recommendation. Outcomes.
Yes.
Environmental outcomes.
Yes, it is. Yeah.
No question. I'm just. The position of Really NZ is very much polarized to the positions of all the government departments, the Marine Guardians, Narunanga. So why do you think there's such a different position? Nobody else is saying there is no basis for this. Nobody else is saying there's no evidence. What's caused this real, I won't call it disconnect, a very rigid view?
Well, I wouldn't say no one else is saying there's no evidence. The answers this morning were quite accepting of the fact that the evidential basis is light, and therefore justifying the precautionary approach which this ban change has taken. But I think that we agree with that the evidential basis is light. We just more careful about how extreme the precautionary framework needs to be, particularly as I noted at the start, that where there are gaps or deficiencies in the current framework, the NZCPS should be referred to in any assessment of resource consent. But yeah, well, I guess one of the reasons in particular we've come with both evidence from Mr. Morrison as Black to try and bolster the evidence in front of you, but also the provisions, trying to be helpful and say, well, if you're able to proceed, there's some provisions, just to take on board the fact that the department and are generally supportive and guardians and generally supportive of the plan change. So rather than heads, we try to come up with some solutions.
There's maybe the difference in perception in terms of you have the ability to see the changes of the patterns coming through in perhaps other these organisations on the whole face as a whole, seeing those patterns.
Yeah, that's right.
you've referred to the evidence before us, and I noticed your three witnesses haven't agreed to the protocol act, and that's because the evidence really forms corporate evidence, doesn't it? Because they're not sitting here as independent experts, but we do recognise their expertise. So that's why they haven't put the code of conduct. So we just have to bear that in mind as we weigh in their evidence, and really put it forward to be helpful in terms of the projections and where those patterns are usually going.
That's fine. And much of the evidence is factual, so it's not opinion, which is where their code of conduct is actually most important. It's like experts' opinions. To be given weight if they are in accordance with the code, whereas a non-expert opinion, if it's in conflict with an expert opinion, that's where that distinction is really important. But the factual evidence and the operational evidence has its place as part of your consideration.
Yes. Okay, well, thank you very much for your legal submission. Very helpful. A little bit of time, so we will see re-roll. Here's Mr. Welcome, response.
And good, and I've just I'm reading a fading light over here, so I'll I'm really into acting the chief executive, and I've worked for over 30 years in the New Zealand tourism industry. As I said in my introduction, I started with this company back in October 1992, and so I've worked in the Fiordland region and involved in all things on the coast since that day as part of my career with NZ. I've got considerable experience and knowledge of the industry, particularly related to the field of commercial surface water activities. It appears really NZ is alone in tourism voice speaking to the Plan Change 5. However, council should not assume that other tourism operators will be content with PC5. We believe many operators currently do not understand the implications of PC5, and as stated in paragraphs 40 and 44 of my evidence, several of us laid off staff after lockdown, and like us having taken to recruit staff. Therefore, these smaller businesses do not have the capability to adequately assess and critique PC5, and do not have the funds to employ consultants to assist them in assessing. It is only because Rail NZ has an in-house concessions and consent team, and because we have significant users of the plan, especially over the last 5 years, where the renewal of 85% of our Fiordland vessel coastal permits, 11 renewals out of the 13 commercial surface water activity consents that we have a greater understanding of the coastal plan, we believe. Tourism remains a vital contributor to New Zealand's economic and social well-being, generating wealth and supporting jobs in communities around the country. Fiordland CSWA are especially important to the Te Ao Manapouri economies, as many visitors to Fiordland undertake cruise in the internal waters of Fiordland, spending in these local communities when travelling through. Therefore, Environment South needs to be mindful of the potential effects PC5 could have on our economy, particularly if the coastal water review is not instigated in a timely manner. Rail NZ and its related entities provide a diverse range of tourism, recreational, social and cultural benefits to the Otago and Southern region, and we are a major employer within the Lower South Island. and particularly in Te Anau, then contributing to the local economy. We have 120 staff between Really NZ and Real Beauties based there in the Te Anau Basin. Rightly from the company's inception, we have offered people unique opportunities to recreate and build in treasured environments, including undertakings in the commercial surface water activities in the internal waters and fieldland. Barriers should not be created to prevent New Zealand and international visitors alike from experiencing these environments, given the recognised importance that immersive experiences in nature have for people's well-being, including mental health. We are concerned that the perceived lift in the surface water activities in the CSWA is in the more remote areas in the terminal water field has been overstated based on an increase in activities within New Zealand borders through the COVID-19 New Zealand restrictions. As stated in my evidence, our field and coastal vessel trips are spinning back more like our operation models prior to COVID, with the bulk of our passengers undertaking day cruises, mainly in Te Whātai, Milford Sound, and to a less extent in Pākehā, Doubtful Sound. Specifically to meet the changing demands, we will be redeploying our vessels from this summer onwards from mainly day trips and single night backcountry trips in Milford Sound, Piahu Bay, and Doubtful Sound, Pākehā, reducing the frequency of these trips operating in fields south of Doubtful Sound, Pākehā. We are not alone in this, and most regular multi-day vessels that have been operating multi-day trips in the southern fields are experiencing reduced demand for field and multi-day backcountry trips. Like Real NZ, they are adjusting their schedules based on customer demand and reducing their frequencies of trips in the more remote areas of fieldland. That is, the tourism industry is a dynamic industry that is ever changing. Hence, we need a planning framework that is sufficiently flexible to adapt to these changes. For instance, after the February 2020 flood event, and I think a number of you will be aware of that, that was when the North Roads taken out for about 20 odd days back in February, 30 days with COVID, right? And during that period, we were able to operate areas in coastal field and provide visitors with alternative cruises in the PFA. We relocated another vessel to Doubtful Sound, Pākehā. Other commercial operators also gained short-term consent changes to meet the demand of visitors who could not access PFA Milford Sound. This also kept many local businesses now local community there viable through this period. PC5 would make such adaptations more challenging and likely to be counterproductive in supporting the local economy here in Fiordland. Accordingly, we encourage the council to recommence the overall view of the coastal plan within a short period of time to ensure PC5 is not in place for an extended duration, as it will frustrate businesses' requirements to adapt, especially given the need to employ vessels that are not as reliant on fossil fuels sooner rather than later. It would also allow for more in-depth, quantitative and qualitative engagement from the various users of the coastal waterway of Fiordland. And finally, Real NZ recognises that there needs to be adjustments to the coastal plan rules as they currently stand, as in few limits. We welcome and look forward to the opportunity of engaging in the full coastal plan review and encourage the council to move forward in a timely manner for this to occur. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your evidence, Mr. Knight. It certainly does set the context for our scene, and you are a known voice in helping them do that. So thank you very much. Just on your summary, the PC5 will make such adaptation more challenging. And I guess looking at what happened through COVID, you could say that the plan actually in the council performed very well by being flexible enough for your business to pivot and to do it in a timely way that you actually could get your boats elsewhere. So if this framework was in place, how do you see that it would be more challenging than what you experienced?
Michelle, quite correct how you stated it. when we went through the COVID period, the consents that we had to operate our vessels were as they were. What I was referring to was in February, when the Milford Road was taken out, and then we moved the vessel from Milford Sound down to Doubtful Sound. But if we use the scenario that the coastal plan allows for 5 daytime commercial activities to occur, not only with our company, but also another company. Through that period, the council gave some short-term consent, so actually lifted it to 7 for the period that the Milford Road was closed. So that was actually completely unrelated to COVID,
Right.
but to show the flexibility that put it there in that situation when the Milford Road was taken out and that's significant weather event. That's about 20 days.
So if something like that was to happen after the PCN5 goes through, how would it be? I'm trying to understand if the adaptation would be more challenging.
I guess because what my understanding is that we're putting a provision with a cap on them, and so it wouldn't allow for a consent holder to move their vessel, which may be considered, for example, operate a fair Milford Sound, like their example, down to Parkea, Doubtful Sound, in Southern Fjords, unless the council chose to go outside their rules.
Which it sounds like they did.
They did it on that occasion, it's
Yeah.
great. But I guess we saw this as that potentially the same that the whole of the line is a term that's been used. So I think they would have to be fixing the rule that they just, this change went through, would have just happened. I don't speak this all in the realms of speculation. Hopefully we won't get another event like that again, but again,
Because holding the line for council is quite often putting in prohibited activity until such time, that's the real holding of the line. In this case, you could say it's kind of a leaning against the line and allowing a pathway forward for you to have flexibility for unforeseen whatever's, but the only real difference is not being a discretionary activity or a non-complying activity. So is that what you're fearful of, that kind of threshold of the?
Yes, it's potentially putting another issue to say we had a situation and we put on council for sort of letting those things happen. Was it well suited our local economy here and businesses in the Gilman region, and also let alone a whole lot of tourists from around overseas around the country that are in this area to try and experience the fuel these days. And government had an opportunity to get through to Parkea, Doubtful Sound, but I guess that's that discretion most things still being out to
Because those limits were there. I mean, this isn't proposing any limits for anywhere. It's really just saying, let's not let things get any bigger without going through the section 104D test. There's no limits. The situation in the floods was that there were limits on Doubtful, which probably most people, the venue forever, no one's changing that. And there was flexibility there. So presumably the council could be flexible again to a short-term disruption.
That's very commission, they could be, and I guess our concern was that we just been through a thing change, but I mean, the temporary holding the line situation like this, that we are at the discretion of the council on day still to, so the picture is not making it certain they can say, no, the limit is in the situation of 5 commercial day trips on without the sound, so that's it. And we don't believe that would be the right thing towards the local South and the day economy, people in the field and community. So it's
and had they been inflexible and held the limit line that you were frightened of, then that would have given you pretty good reason sitting here and saying that. Because they didn't leave a pivot.
I guess it just brings another level of possibly putting the environment out in the situation that they've gone through a change that was the work that they through and then almost being their own rules, almost in a short period of time that happened. So it's just wrong.
It's the uncertainty really on your sort of how you like to limit that uncertainty. Understood.
Let's do. You referred to the swinging back to more like our operational model pre-COVID-19 and just wondering in the broader sense, the line that we are wanting to hold. In your view, is that the pre-COVID levels, were they sustainable as long-term?
Again, I suppose talking more from a personal, I suppose, a little bit of company view, you know, we were welcoming almost, wanting the process plan to come up for review, so that, and I appreciate, and again, now I'm speculating, that, a lot of the on basis, the pressure them has gone down and council planners, and so it's, well, it's not speculating, people I thought the correspondence said that the plan review was put out by 3 or 4 years, as opposed to, sort of going through it in a timely manner, and I think that my memory was correct, I think it is, that was roughly the time that, this hold the line approach was, going to be put in prior to, because the process plan didn't take a bit. The process plan review did not do its real sense, and I felt, to be honest, I think history hope that it's going to be a collection of, like all, I guess more accurate, data and, actual sort of robustness and research that's done that helps inform the full process plan review, because it is at the moment how I sense it, and I was interviewed by Dr. KV as well, so I know, and a lot of us obviously talking to commercial operators and asking what our customers experience and what they thought, and obviously Dr. Booth obviously has spoken to a number of other operators like ourselves, but again, I keep coming down to it's actually our personal perception. Now we have the ability in our organisation, not saying other states that we research and stuff like that, so we have perhaps a little bit more data on what our pieces got our people and our experiences. But I think it's a need to make sure that that quality data is being collected, and you know, sort of finishing some of the clients I did today, and I've sort of written down a few things that that I know was data, obviously clearly probably not getting the virus out when we should be.
That was actually going to be my next question. You know, how willing and able are you to share some of the data that you've got, because clearly the RCB is going to be data driven. So
just a lot of it simply is in relation to the local sound, through the local sound tourism, the company here that comes the sort of protection. They do an independent research, and they've done 4 now every 2 years by the research target in relation to protections and values of what the use of local sound. We share that freely with the Build Opportunities Project, which is and building up the road. They're also doing a lot of research for that. Now, I think that's a lot of it's relating to sound editing and mining experience for some fields, partly without sound and northern fields and the other parts of the field. But I'll have to say that it wouldn't be my personal view that we get a proper data set together. If the willingness there, you know, by the council to sort of run the process when they do the full thing review.
all that's coming.
Yeah.
You just, that last answer actually sort of answered the question I was asking about respecting the lot of experience you've had working with your operations. That's been, what can I say, exclusively sound, natural sound, and the planning changes in response to people like Marine Guardians, and we say have a perception that there's been an increasing activity going across the island, right down into the Southern Sounds. So do you have the overall experience of the changes in activity down on the other sounds where you're not regularly operating?
So we have to say, good question, and I appreciate the obviously we do have a business that operates in the southern fields as well, and using examples in the COVID period when obviously a lot of domestic New Zealanders couldn't go overseas for holidays, so they were choosing to sort of holiday, but because of that, the field and the region in particular, like one of our boats, we used our boat year round on southern fields and multi-day, but equally a lot of the other benefits are also equally now these are to go back to the normal places that they operate in. And I guess looking back in time, and I've probably made that now 15 or 20 years, and in my time experience of working across all of Georgia, and including southern fields, there has been an increase in consents being issued for vessels. Ships, I'm not sure, but anyway, I sort of reasons in the southern fields, but equally, I sort of sometimes it would be really good to get the I guess the amount of usage from those consents that are being issued in a real sense, because I guess just with some got a resource consent for operating vessel in the southern field doesn't necessarily mean they're down there, 300 days a year and things like that. And I think getting that clarity around usage, and my personal view, you'll see a pattern what happens in what I call the 4 seasons of the year, because again, I just guarantee that one, possibly 2 at the most operating in Dustin Sound today, because I just know that the operators are down there, I know what they're going to do. But that would, if you ask me in the middle of January, I'm probably going to have an answer for understandable reasons. So there's definitely need to, in my personal view, make sure that that the southern fields at one level have a structure around them that allows for some activity, but not at the moment where there is no noise. So there's certainly, our company will be advocating through the full consultation review to make sure that there is some some of these fields. And possibly if I went back to Peter Milk Sound, where at the moment there are no limits on the waterways and Milk Sound, but equally I know that's what I'm directing for Milk Sound tourism. We've put a limit on that no more tourism boats going into the harbour, which we have a resource consent for. We really are under the health and safety and safe use of movement. So I think you'll find that there is the time's right to actually do that full project plan review and set up the field and coastal waterways for a period of time. We desperately want to engage in that because as an organisation, we work in serious in the 50s, and so it's part of our DNA there. We want to make sure that we're doing our bit to protect and enhance the field and region, but equally through that, making sure that we can offer not only ourselves, but the consent vessel operators have the ability to provide safe and sort of share the environment with a range of guests that come from all around the world and within our own country. And unfortunately, one in our local economy, we're actually the whole country, and we should not be lost sight of either.
It's okay. This is your chance. Yeah.
Could Arnold, Mr. Norris, just thank you for that example you talked about with floods. I remember that very clearly. So when that happened, if I'm right in understanding you, when you did the pivot, it meant that you had to seek a change in consent.
That's great. It was for a field very
You had existing consent, but it was usage, was it, that you had to increase, or what did you need permission for?
So it was the other operators who had to,
Okay.
get days for application, but we had sufficient allocation.
That you could do that?
Yes.
Right, okay, that's clear to understand, thank you.
You've got enough to vote, didn't you? No, you didn't press so you vote.
We moved water from North Sound to Sound to operate under another consent.
So you had consent already?
Yeah.
So you didn't have to go to council. Do you know for those other operators how long it took them to get?
I was suggesting very important.
Okay.
Because it was very obviously
It's
very
crisis. Yeah.
possible time.
And how long did you stay doing that operation?
Over lockdown.
Until the lockdown?
Still
We weren't expecting that, were we?
Yes, exodus.
Okay.
Back to the center.
Sort of like any February through for these started hanging on. get through them up again.
Yeah.
Then,
Check up all of us. Yeah. Okay, but part of what you were indicating there was that you already had funding scale to do something to deal with that, but you are aware that across the industry that was slightly different because they don't have that. I guess what I'm interested in, it seems to me that you've got a very strong relationship with them.
I mean, obviously, Rachel, obviously, not in the environment south, but with Department of Conservation, we have a lot of our activities occur, you know, and on the coastal waters of Gildan, and most of them do access to the many parks. So the importance of our organisation having a strong working relationship with the local government authorities is very top of mind. And again, it's always been extremely important for the company to maintain and hold strong relationships.
But that takes work, time and effort. And again, I suspect the small operators and sometimes challenge.
Yeah, I think maybe it's also, you know, I personally find this point is not 15 or 20 people, and maybe it's maybe, but I don't know, that's but it's sort of, I think, yeah, I guess some people possibly don't understand that they don't get involved in these processes. It can have it could have a positive, but also equally could have a detrimental impact on your business and business of the region. And so I guess our company sees that it's almost non-negotiable to make sure that we're seeing good and engaged with the process. It's not just here, it's the Department of Conservation that's individually do with this. You know, we employ a lot of people in these regions, and we've got a lot of part of equipment in these regions, so we've got to make sure that, you know, we're looking at, you know, this community, but also that we're looking at the environment that we live in. It's all of us.
Small and medium, because that's what gives you already business.
Yeah.
So within all of your business planning, do you have concepts of there's a limit? I'm not talking about what we're doing here, but do you have a concept there's a limit of what we think is sustainable? And are you happy?
Yes, yes, we do. We certainly see, you know, some of the fields now, first and foremost, where that, you know, there is, you know, a lot of that's based on what we'll say, professional operating and also just managing the amount of use that field has. And that's where we actively get engaged with the local project to make sure that we, you know, and various forms of Department of Conservation rights. I'm not sure that we do work with everyone to get the balance right in the fields. I mean, I guess the further south we go and commission, especially with like Dusty Sound and Preservation Index, because of the pure remoteness of those places, you know, it's not easy for anyone to get there, except, you know, on a multi-day trip or a galley pop experience or something like that. But then equally, I'm also reasonably big on making sure that just because of that reason, that like my mum and dad wanted to, you know, that was in once in a lifetime opportunity to go and visit Dusty Sound, and if they could only do it in a like a safe environment, being, you know, hosted by one of the companies that do the students down there. I think it's getting on there also. You know, it's just getting that balance right between what is right now, because everyone's going for the same reason to get remote wilderness experience. And if I might get down there 2 or 3 times a year, by saying on average over a 5 or 7 day trip, I might see if I discounted say crate fishing boats, but again, it's not a lot of those either. You might only see 1 or 2 other vessels in a 5-day period down there. It's not like you see 1 or 2 every single day. And that's not that long. The concern is that it isn't actually, in my mind, a framework that sets, you know, a limit there. So who knows what happens tomorrow or the next day, but 15 people lined up and getting 0%. That's where the challenge is. It's sort of just can't afford this and using the opportunity. That's why we particularly need to make sure that environment's out and the facts on, you know, and does the ball playing the field. That's really where that will be truly where seeing the I guess the parameters of playing the field for the field and cast, not taking the money down now. So
and just I appreciated the amount of data you provided. in your submission. So are you thinking that actually there seem to be saying an ongoing trend is that New Zealanders on the whole will want to get more and more political, and there's going to be demanding more experts.
Yeah, also just generation things like, sort of, what the younger ones are coming through, not just the down to 30s now, what they want to experience versus the different generations moving through. But I think the Auckland and this region was always quite broad speaking, and so unique what we have here. I guess what it comes down to is you've got one field looking down here, very party, which is traditionally right party, will always be probably more accessible to the majority of people. The other fields, party, and that sound like the next one, but again, you still want to get the best across the line, coach across the line, party, down, right, going party. So it's just another natural being varying. People me competing with their, just say their spares when they got one on a holiday, and so they may choose to do something else at that time. And once you go to the southern fields, you're really saying for most people, it's a sort of probably a 5 or 7 day type experience. And for that reason they didn't go there once in a lifetime. We'll see it back in us now. I guess that's I'm talking about people that don't own vessels and don't have the ability to go there, which is probably 99.9% New Zealanders. And so it's good that there is an option and if you don't experience that, but it's making sure that we've got the right parameters for
But you are anticipating.
We're going back, our company's going back to operating down there for 6 months a year, not 12 months a year. Using example, I don't mind saying that we were shooting about 2 trips in the first 2 weeks of August this year. We cancelled those about a month ago just because we didn't have enough bookings. I've just spoken to, I know all the operators down there. Most of them have actually even from the install and buying their trips for the next 6 months because it's fine time. But hey, I think they need to get up the line and the Gold Coast or somewhere else in Europe because they haven't been able to go for the last 3 years. But that might change.
It might change.
Yeah,
We get stuck there, they will. All right, then, that's helpful. Thank you very much, Mr. Norris.
Well, thank you, Mr. Norris, for your evidence. It's very helpful. I think one of the reasons that you and your team are comfortable to come along just conform is because you've done it before and you know that we're not as scary as it appears on the outside. So we do appreciate your time and the effort we've gone into both your submission and your evidence. And thank you. We're just going to break for lunch in a moment, and again, we're slightly behind time. My question really is whether 40 minutes is enough to get elsewhere and get something and get back, or would you prefer the whole hour to do that? So, do you think 45 minutes is enough? Or yeah. Okay, well, we'll break there and we'll come back just after 1, about 1:05, just to be the full 45 minutes. We are just going to have lunch here in the room, so I'll respectfully ask you to leave, and the door will be open again at just on 1 o'clock. And now, one other thing I neglected this morning was we had Mr. Rabble on. I'm not sure if he's still there at the moment. I haven't actually checked with the panel as to whether there were any questions for him relating to marine mammals and ecological things. So I will canvass that over the lunch hour, and if necessary, we'll just circle back to them maybe at the end of the day. So just see if he is available later on the day. That'd be great. Okay, well, thanks for joining. See you back after 1. Thanks. Okay, welcome back, everybody. Mr. Norris, I bring it up now, but it's really about the site visit, and I've got no doubt that going on a site visit would be beneficial for my mental health. And I know that I would really enjoy it, and as all the panel said that they would love the chance to go out, but it's really what it might add to this process, and obviously the coastal plan review, that whoever ends up sitting on that, it'll be quite important that they go out and get a good feel for the environment as it is now. Bearing all that in mind, I wondered if you had something in mind particularly that you thought might be helpful.
I guess there's a couple of options coming up, and again, not in these few days, but as example, in August, we've got really some people in the boat on Dusty Sound that can bring it up to down to Sound. And it would probably involve like 2 or 3 days of waterways of Dusty Sound. So just for the chance to sort of get a sense of that environment, as opposed to sort of being on the coast for like a week. And so just those are sort of, so I appreciate it, probably not some, look the sound that we can't hear now. So I suspect it's probably more that southern fields with Swallow is probably more focused towards. And so there is probably a couple of opportunities coming up over the next 3 or 4 months. One that was in the area, something that was benefit. And I'll just leave there as no problem.
Well, that's interesting you raise it, because I think that's where we all got to as a panel, that probably if there was any benefit, Dusky would be the place that obviously the main concern is about, and it's not something we could just do on a day trip.
I know.
In, I guess, timeframes as well, we have got some constraints on this side of the table in terms of availability until the end of this month before you'll be able to get into deliberations, and obviously the right will apply. There'll be a bit of time for that. So it could well be that August is a possibility. September is pushing it too far to inform our deliberations here. But it's certainly something that I'll talk about tonight, whether that is worth exploring, perhaps an opportunity in August.
Actually, up there, Friday, flying into Suffolk and the Dusky Sound, and probably coming out from deep about the sound on Monday. We're going to do a constellation but there would be an option to sort of traveling from Suffolk back up into down to Sound over Friday, Saturday, Sunday morning.
Right, and you have enough availability on board for the 4 of us to do that?
Yeah, so on that particular trip, we'll get probably the right sort of 16 cabins and probably have the 6 cabins. So we'll be doing the constellation like an option for Australia, so we will ways while
yeah. Oh, that's very interesting, because that's quite a different than what we were thinking on the solid table, sort of Milford or Deco, and that would be fun for us. So we'll certainly think about it overnight, and we really do appreciate you coming forward with an offer. Thank you very much. Yes.
So I just probably
yeah. But obviously a trip like that wouldn't come for both, wouldn't it? So. Okay, well, thank you very much. So welcome, Mr. Clark, or
Ms. Black, picked up, we're feeling better, so whoever's actually the most appropriate person to answer questions as they come up before the call. But it sounds like Ms. Black, so we handed out her summary that she's going to read.
Right, thank you.
Kia ora. I have a long familial association with Fjordland, with my father skippering several of his vessels through the fjords, including undertaking tourist, scout and search and pheasant trips from post World War II until the 1980s. I cruised through Fjordland from about the Sound of Katia to Bluff on a few occasions in the 1970s and early 1980s, not returning to Fjordland until the early 2000s. My perception that coastal Fjordland was busier in the 1970s and 1980s was therefore based on real life experience. The perceived surge in commercial surface water activities post COVID-19 is not a new phenomenon. I've spent a good deal of my time over the years employing the provisions of the regional coastal plan built by tourism's consents through my role with Real New Zealand. And I want to ensure Plan Change 5 is workable and includes a consenting pathway for commercial surface water activities. The council is probably unaware that under Rule SWA3, non-compliant activities in the Southern District Plan, any surface water activity within the Fuelland Ratiora zone not provided for by Rule SWA1 is a non-compliant activity. That is, commercial surface water activities on lakes Manapori and Tiana are non-compliant activities. As we operate 9 commercial vessels on these lakes, we are very aware of the difficulties of applying for resource consents for commercial surface water activities with a non-compliant status. Accordingly, we are seeking appropriate policy direction in Plan Change 5 to ensure there is sufficient scope to appropriately address the second one of the section 104B gateway tests, given it is arguable that the potential adverse effects of commercial surface water activities on the environment can be more than minor. We don't believe that combining all the internal waters of Fuelland under policy 16.2.7 will provide sufficient policy framework to obtain resource consent under the proposed non-compliant activity status. There are at least 5 distinct places across the fjords, and that they have very different values, use patterns, carrying capacity, and characteristics. Real NZ appeals to the council to ensure Plan Change 5 includes more comprehensive policy direction than policy 16.2.7 as currently drafted, especially in the context of the expense of rolling out Plan Change 5. And it is likely to be operative for several years before a new regional coastal plan is notified. That is, given the outlay to implement Plan Change 5, we contend Environment Southland should ensure Plan Change 5 is workable. In terms of feasibility, we also have great concerns regarding policy 16.2.3, avoid or mitigate adverse effects on marine mammals. Specifically, how is underwater noise from a vessel to be considered when individual vessel underwater noise levels are unknown? The propagation of sound underwater in a complex geophysical environment such as the fjords is poorly understood. Because of engine harmonics, slowing a vessel down does not necessarily result in a less intrusive sound and vibration. And it is likely vessel noise at certain frequency will have a greater impact on marine mammals, but these frequencies remain unknown and are likely to vary across marine mammal species. Marine mammal habitats to be avoided when there is a poor understanding of the utilisation of the coastal environment by whales, other dolphin and pinnipede species. That is, apart from the habitats used by the Doubtful Sound, Artea, bottlenose, dolphins and New Zealand fursuits, it is unknown what coastal fjord habitats are important to other marine mammal species. We consider there is not enough known about the behaviour of marine mammals to roll out policy 16.23 as drafted. We do strongly support the protection of marine mammals. However, we think this protection is best addressed through requiring commercial surface water activity consent holders to obtain a permit to carry on a commercial operation under the marine mammal protection regulations. Because permit holders come under the umbrella of the Fuelland Marine Mammal Liaison Group, and through the Tiana District Office Marine Mammal Management Framework at a very basic level. Per passenger levies are collected from permit holders, which is utilised for marine mammal research and monitoring. Through this research, our understanding of marine mammals in Fiordland is improved, and operator compliance with the relevant codes and regulations is monitored. With respect to policy 16.2.5, non-commercial users, can we suggest that the Southland Regional Council navigation safety bylaws are used as a mechanism to implement fuel and recreational safety code practice? Specifically, revise the bylaws to include a fuel and coastal recreational vessel code of practice similar to the freshwater river code of practice and the Milford Sound code of practice already included in these bylaws. Moreover, in the context of the regional coastal plan review, we wish to remind the council that Dr. Kayberg was contracted by Environment Southland and the Department of Conservation to conduct the Fiordland Integrated Coastal Management Program user survey, with the purpose of the study being to identify what users value about Milford Sound and Pio Tahi, and thus establish baseline data for ongoing monitoring program. This study was to be part of the Fiordland Integrated Coastal Management Project, FICOM, which was to develop a holistic approach to managing human activity in Fiordland. The Milford Sound Pio Tahi was the first area of focus for the project, and the project was to be undertaken across the wider Fiordland coastal marine area and repeated regularly. Nevertheless, this Milford Sound survey provides some baseline data and a model to gain a greater understanding of the perceived effects of surface water activities on Fiordland's intrinsic values to progress the regional coastal plan review. RealNZ looks forward to working with Environment Southland and other stakeholders to progress the regional coastal plan review, as like the department, Fiordland Marine Guardians and Te Marama, we want to ensure the internal waters of Fiordland are protected from inappropriate and unconstrained development to remain a jewel in the crown of New Zealand's tourist attractions. Thank you.
Thank you. The paragraph 10 of your summary there about the navigation and safety plan. So you're proposing, is that something you put in there really to the council plan to see for the review, or is there some changes to the proposed?
Well, it was through later work when I was looking at the navigation safety bylaws about something else, and I realised after I made the submission that there are other codes of practice, and because under the existing operative plan, nothing has ever been done about a code of practice, that this would be a mechanism, and it's just something to highlight to the council, that there are mechanisms that might have more teeth that could be effective going forward.
So probably more for the review process than specific changes here at this point.
Well, there is a change in this perhaps evidence to 16.2.5 that was policy.
What kind of the evidence is that, just for my reference?
Page 7 of this index.
Page 7.
Policy 16.2.5.
Okay.
I think make some additional suggestions in the future, because while we're looking at commercial corporate activity at the moment, out of the perception that all the uses or recreational users for, or recreational users.
Yes, that there's some statistics out there that I've quoted about how, especially since after lockdown, there was even more recreational bikes purchased, and the size of the recreational bikes on Hilton Coast got larger. So they're actually capable of going from like Dalton Sound down to Dusty Sound, and the same with going into Peter and they'll go right down through some of the viewings. And 10 years ago, that wasn't happening to the same degree. And the other thing that happens is they often travel in convoy for safety reasons, and also over the law, there's a huge amount of recreational boats going into Doubtful Sound, Partia and the Sound to go out as the other two started.
50% increase in boat ownership, I think, across the country.
Yeah.
Through COVID. Probably also in their backyards now. While they're in Fiji. Commissioner Coates.
Oh, thank you, Mr. And I also want to thank you for your submission. Obviously, you have a lot of knowledge there. Could you just help me understand a bit more when you've spoken in paragraph 10 about the relevant codes and regulations that you indicated would be part of the framework that was something about?
Yeah, the council's navigational safety bylaws includes two existing codes. And that another code could be written up for recreational vessel use, because as some of us commentators and Kate Booth's wilderness and remoteness sport by is that there's kind of been a loss of boating etiquette out on the Hilton Coast, and the Department of Conservation will also attest to it in terms of like the Gut Hut in Doubtful Sound has been vandalised numerous times, and it can only have been recreational boats. And the other challenge that the Department of Conservation has about in Doubtful Sound Partia with the dolphin protection zones, that it is actually recreational boaties who go out, take most direct route out, and they go out really fast, and they're going through the dolphin protection zones in excess of 5 knots, and they're more likely to create a dolphin strike than the commission.
Thank you, I understand. Random questions. Paragraph 3 of your submission, you talk about private website that yeah, sorry, at the table. Yeah, a website that parties could share their timetables, etc. Like that. Would you be suggesting most side of it fitted within the scope?
Well, it's one of the things we've been advocating with the Department of Conservation as well, is like we set our timetables like 2 years in advance, and so we know when we're going to be down in the southern fjords, and we know how much guided walk activity we're going to need on shore, so that if there was an open portal and that allocation like guided walks ashore could go to somebody else if we're not using it, and then the cap wouldn't be exceeded. So it's that same sort of thing where if there was a cap on activity in fields, that you could work together cooperatively make sure that you're not there at the same time.
So how would you think would host their website? Do you think see that as an environment?
Well, I think the surface water activities is the more appropriate that it would be an environment south. It's a bit like the Cruise New Zealand website where the, you know, the departures are all published, and presumably there's supposed to be somebody looking at it to make sure that you don't end up with 3 vessels and North and South at the same time. At the same, if that information was publicly available, so other operators could see when we're going to be there and move their arches on a couple of days, so that we're not all there at the same time.
Thank you. Paragraph 6 of the evidence, you say increase in the activity, the lives of the brightness community operator. I wasn't sure what that is.
But it was the MAR, which was a Navy Reserve Coastal Patrol vessel, and Maria Custer and Sean bought that vessel and converted it into an overnight vessel, and they operate in the southern hills.
A correction because it'll matter when I look at it in a couple of months, or a couple of weeks, I mean, paragraph 13 referred to the 2, I think you need 1 and then paragraph 13.
Oh, yes, yes.
So correct that to 1, everyone. And then in paragraph 13, you say that since the peak of January 2021, increase in the numbers for Discovery exhibition, not today, big country trips mainly offering between past year and innovation to decline. Was this trip, was the trip offered pre-COVID, or is that a new trip that you responded with and then it's declined?
No, we've been operating Discovery exhibitions through the fjords since 1993, but we used to only operate from May to October, and in more recent years we've extended it out from like April to November, and the Northern Wanderers return to the target for the summer months.
Into your paragraph 15, was the table, you probably haven't had a lot of time to look at the table by Ms. Robertson this morning.
No, I haven't.
Yeah, so I'm happy for you to come back when you've had a look at the table, and I'm happy for you to do a compare and contrast and just come back if there's still anything that you think seems to be incorrect. I'm sure Ms. Robertson would appreciate that as well. And I mean, the question really is whether it's answered your A to E queries. Paragraph 31, you said the proposed addition of policy 16.2.3 will create duplication and confusion. Is that from whose perspective? From a consent holder and operator's perspective?
I just look at that policy and think, how am I going to apply that in a resource consent application? And we have to go through the hoops of getting our marine mammal permit, and we need to point out that it hasn't been simple. Like our marine mammal permit was first notified in 2015, it was re-notified in 2017, and we didn't get it until 2020. And we are yet to get the land-based activities marine mammal viewing permit.
So you're suggesting that leaping through those hoops and loops are enough and then you don't want to then have it reconsidered at the resource consent.
Yeah, the in your marine mammal permit, you have to stipulate. Each vessel use the frequency of the trips they're going to do, the list of skippers, the list of nature guides, and that's why it had to be notified twice because we changed our schedules. So that had to be notified again. And also if it is significantly different from what we did previously, it's publicly notified.
So if I was sitting up to try to and put me in the situation as what you're saying, heading to buy that policy and you're applying for consent, and probably you'd be looking for someone to demonstrate they've been through that process, and that it's one box you can tick almost that they've been through this process.
Yeah.
Then there might be other things like ensuring that your vessel mitigates noise to the greatest extent. It might be putting some insulation in your hull or whatever around the engine to reduce noise and things like that. But without that next step, you're really just relying on the department to do it from the Conservation Act.
Well, that's one thing that is whether has changed from our second generation coastal permits. In the first lot of coastal permits, we had to get noise readings done and submit to the council. I think it was within 3 months of the grant of the resource consent, whereas these next resource consents have got recently. I don't reference that, but whether it's because none of the resource consents have been vessels, but a lot of our vessels have been repowered without power and not like.
So I guess what I'm saying is you'd be demonstrating some other factors other than just your behaviour and how you're going to interact with marine mammals. So would you agree that it's kind of like they're covering the same thing, but there are some subtle differences between what the council is going to be required?
Yes. But when that's the other thing, when you do apply for marine mammal permit, always demonstrated that the outboard motors we get on the grass are kind of 4 strokes, so they're much quieter than 2 strokes, and provide information from the manufacturer on the research of the engine outputs and the noise readings that we previously obtained. So that's considered the application as well.
Because it's not like it's a single permit. We're going for your commercial surface water, it's just a part of that you will demonstrate these things. I guess part of it is what comes first, isn't it? I don't know how it is down here, but you know, when I worked down here a long time ago, it was always a doc for you to go through the resource consent process first, and then once you got through those hoops and loops, then you got your concession or what other permits you needed. What order does it happen for a marine mammal permit?
Yes, it's the resource consent first, and then the marine mammal permit, because there's no point getting the marine mammal permit if you can't undertake surface water activity. And also because you have to circulate the frequency of trucks with the current second generation batteries, like the frequency of trucks is more likely to be circulated.
So if you've got a resource consent first, and then you didn't manage to secure a marine mammal permit, what would that mean? What does it enable you to do? I guess is what I'm scratching at. You'd still be allowed to legally be out there taking your tourists, but what would you not be able to do with the marine mammals?
Well, technically, you're not supposed to look at it.
Yeah. So you're getting at the point that it's one process.
Yeah.
But then you can see that probably the resource consent process probably needs to come before.
Yes, it does. So presumably you could write it, make sure a condition is written, unless you apply for a marine mammal 6 months or a year in advance of resource consent.
trouble is if I didn't get that, then you can't negate the purpose of the consent for what was granted, then you're completely undermining that, isn't it? So it is a bit of a problem, isn't it? And the confusion and duplication is from your side of the table in terms of having to go through two separate processes with two different organisations.
Yes, and that what you've got to just demonstrate to the department is much more practical than what in that policy. No, I just don't know how you address that policy and education.
You say more practical. Do you mean really it's more prescribed, you know what they're after, whereas this is a bit like.
Yeah, but it's basically just a question, you want.
Just one other for you, and it's really that you've the expertise of Mr. Kingsley, and you know, he wants to hearings and things, doesn't he, and presents evidence for Doc on those values. Doc could have pulled evidence to this hearing and haven't. To me, that sends a message that they accept Environment Southland's evidence, and that they would just be reinforcing that because they're not challenging it. Would you accept that position?
Yeah, I think so. If they were uncomfortable with that policy is written, that they would be submitting, but it's unknown how much within the department that was consultation further down to Tiana.
Thank you very much for your evidence. And again, I really appreciate obviously a lot of time, but we really appreciate it. So thank you. Okay, so Mr. Pat, stand last witness. Thank you.
Welcome. Thank you. Kia ora, my name is Brad Clark. I'm employed by Real New Zealand as a concessions and consent manager with responsibilities for managing some of the various resource management and regulatory processes the company encounters. Most of my work is based in the Parramatta region, so I just wanted to know that I was not involved in developing the original submission, the further submission. The audience had made on BC5. Rather, my involvement has come about more recently and has been limited to reviewing the section 42 and then responding with some suggestions for any further drafting amendments that might give better effects to the relative sort and real easy submissions. In particular, my evidence is focused on policy 16.2.7, which Real NZ considers does not provide sufficient policy direction to land users attempting to assess the merits of non-compliant commercial surface water activities through the 104B evaluators. Well, the Section 42 report notes that the non-compliant status of Rule 16.2.18 does technically leave a consent pathway open for increasing vessel sizes. In reality, the current drafting of the policy framework does not appear to offer any genuine pathway consent for new or intensifying commercial service water activities. The amendments that I've suggested to policy 16.2.7 provide improved policy direction by increasing the recognition of the differences that exist in the attributes and values of each of the fjords and fjord complexes. For example, the amendments offer clear direction that the northern fjords hold more significant wilderness values than other places, and are therefore unlikely to be appropriate location for new or intensifying commercial service water activities. On the other hand, places like Milford Sound and parts of Hereford Sound have lesser remoteness to natural character values, but higher recreation and visitor values. Commercial surface water activities can be anticipated in these places. Therefore, recognition is given that new and intensifying commercial service water activities are likely to be more appropriate here in terms of the effects than they are in other places. It is expected that through a comprehensive review of the entire regional coastal plan, with all the background research, stakeholder engagement, and consultation that will entail, these differences in values and attributes will be fully borne out and captured and appropriate management regimes put in place. However, in the absence of such a review, and in recognition that while intended only as a stopgap measure, there are many factors that could mean the final provisions of PC5 actually remain in effect for a considerable period of time. Sufficient recognition within the policy framework of these differences must be included now. The need to have the policy framework recognise and provide for the management of the differences in attributes and values within the field and coastal environment has led me to suggest in my evidence amendments to policy 6.2.1 and 6.2.2. These amendments will help ensure a more feasible consent pathway is retained to enable you intensifying commercial surface water activities where it can be demonstrated through the consent process that their effects are able to be appropriately managed in accordance with the values identified for that particular area. Finally, my evidence also includes suggested amendments to policy 16.21, 16.23, and 16.25. These amendments seek to provide for a more effective and efficient management of the adverse effects on marine mammals and the effects of non-commercial users on the internal waters of the field.
So the policies that you suggested in there, when I look at those with the planning bubbles on, they're kind of setting the scene of each field and kind of almost descriptive of what the existing environment and condition. And that to me is something that you would do with an resource consent application. You would describe the context of the receiving environment of the application. Because the danger here of kind of shortcutting that and then by putting in these site specific wording.
I think it's still fairly high level, so the resource consent would be detail and more regular site specific where your activities are occurring. So,
The advantage to identifying the differences is what's the guide, what guidance does that give to the decision making?
Well, yeah, I guess it's guidance to not only the decision maker, but an operator and applicant, and also the council processing officer. I guess at the moment, the way the particular policy 16.2.7 and 16.2.2 are written, it's the sort of almost prohibitive in nature. That you shall not pass nothing. That doesn't really offer an applicant any sort of guidance as to how an application might be dealt.
No, I'm on the school place. Well, that's answered all about questions in there, or maybe the list you say that. Yes, no further questions. So thank you very much for your evidence and and now you actually have yourself to without worrying about what's stuck in your teeth for the questions. So. Sorry. Well, thank you very much again. I can see if it's got in there and we particularly like that you come up with suggestions instead of just saying delete the meeting. So thank you very much. We'll get out of the way. So I think your famous words are that finishes your finish our case. Great. Subject to that, then you go to Ms. Black, that consent number. Yes, just to come back to us and they can confirm whether that's accurate. Thank you very much. We say we will perhaps talk overnight about the offer and maybe discuss a bit more tomorrow whether or not that's something that was add to our deliberations. Thank you.
You might have to guarantee smooth sailing. Some of us.
Chair, the next submitteds are available online when you're ready.
Fantastic. Thank you. And I acknowledge I'm talking about you, Mr. Kingsley, and you've snuck into the room.
That's all right. You woke me up out of my reading part of the paper.
Yes, but you don't answer me questions, do you? That's right. Okay, so our next is hearing from the Minister of Conservation. So we'll just take a moment just to shuffle seats and just bear with us a moment, Ms. Williams.
Can you confirm that you can hear us there?
Yes, we can.
Yes.
Can you hear us? Yes. Can you hear us, Ms. Williams?
And do you want to try?
I need to sing a song so you can get me there.
Can you hear us?
Dance.
Okay.
Yes, right too.
Hope you're not going to leave me.
How's that, Ms. Williams? Can you hear me?
Oh.
No, we've lost you now. We had you and we lost you.
Okay, what about that?
Yes.
Is that
Can you
right?
hear us?
But anyway, I can't hear them.
Oh, so it's one or other.
You need to go to the those are.
What about now?
We can hear you. Can you hear us?
Yes. Yes.
Got both to it. So
Great. Well, over to you, Ms. Williams.
thank you. Kia ora koutou. Thank you very much for hearing from myself, Ms. Young, and as you've acknowledged, Mr. Kinsey is in the room for the Minister this afternoon. I have filed legal submissions, and so I'm assuming that you've had the opportunity to read those, so I'm not going to go through those in depth or in detail at all. I do just want to acknowledge Te Runanga o Ngāi Tahu as tangata whenua and tangata moana o te mimi o tu te raki whanua, including, of course, the Fiordland Te Moana o Atawhenua Marine Management Area. So I just wanted to get that on the record. I'm not going to go through my legal submissions in any detail. You've got them before you. Probably having listened to the submissions and evidence from Real Journeys, Real NZ, I do just want to speak briefly to their proposed change to policy 16.2.3, which would add in some additional detail around specifying the permits required under the marine mammal protection regulations. And my concern really about that is that whilst certainly the Director General does have a particular role to consent marine mammal vessels when they are going out for the purpose of viewing marine mammals, and that's what those permits are about. It seems odd to single that out as one of the category of various authorisations or concessions which the Minister and the Director General might be wishing to grant in this area. And so the Minister's preference would be to have to not specify that or single that out as much as anything else, because our concern would be that then there may be people who may think that that's all that they need to do and not understand that then if they are interacting with the national park that they also need to go and get a concession potentially if they're undertaking guided activities in the park. So we would prefer that it not be that specific.
So your support, Ms. Williams, is as with the planning officer at the moment as the report has been drafted?
Yes, our thinking is that that we would prefer that wording rather than the more specific wording which singles out the marine mammal protection regulations as being something. People are obliged to do that anyway. I don't think it's helpful to put it as a specific requirement in the plan.
Thank you.
And other than that, do want to apologise again. We put in a slightly, not quite the final version of Ms. Young's evidence initially. There's some very minor amendments in the version which came in on the 14th of June, and I'm just hoping that you've got that corrected version. The amendments are minor, so it's of no particular moment if you don't have that version, but just want to say that that's the version which I prefer you to use. Other than that, there's already been the discussion with the report officer this morning about the relevance of the conservation management strategy, which is discussed in Ms. Young's evidence. And Ms. Young does propose one change to, I'm trying to remember which policy it is, policy 16.2.7. But other than that, we are not seeking any changes over and above those that are recommended in the report, in the section 42A report, I should say.
Okay, well, thank you very much. We do have the amended version. That's how it's worded, amended version 14th of June. So that is the one we have.
Excellent, thank you.
You might just keep this separate, and I'll just see if we've got some questions in terms of your legal submissions just before we move on to Ms. Young. I have a couple. I guess your legal submissions, for me, Ms. Williams, sort of just highlight or underline the importance of the integrated management approach between this and the department and the conservation management strategy and the national park plan. And I guess a bit similar to some of my questions this morning about the NZCPS, you've said that it's consistent with. But I guess there's a proviso to that this is seen as a step or a pathway towards improving that integration.
Absolutely, and in my view, policy 16.2.3 in particular, as well as the revised, because 16.2.2 is effectively completely rewritten. So those policies in particular really are steps towards giving effect to the NZCPS. And overall, the plan change is consistent with the NZCPS. It's kind of a big step to say that it gives effect to without having gone through the full coastal plan review. And obviously, we're supportive of that occurring as well, but support this as something which gets us partway there.
And I'm not sure if you were online this morning when I was asking Ms. Robertson some questions about particularly policy 11 and 13 and 15 and those environmental bottom lines, and some of the language in not just submissions but some of the evidence concerns me somewhat about this balancing of what I see as maintenance and protection of amenity values with some of those other environmental bottom lines.
Mm.
And I guess my question to you is, do we need to be careful about using that word balance of things like amenity values versus those environmental bottom lines?
I think you do need to be careful, and I agree that balance is it's not perhaps the best word to be applying here. Policy 11 and then policies 13 and 15 are very strict. They are avoid. I've just set out briefly that avoid means to prevent the occurrence of. I also agree with Ms. Baker-Galloway when she referred you to Davidson, and that Davidson also provides that the NZCPS potentially can provide some additional guidance in terms of resource consents. So I'd just be concerned if there is some wording which is potentially undermining the intent of those policies.
Yeah. So in terms of those part 2 meters, and you referred to Davidson obviously, and
yeah,
you know, there's obviously some things there which are more social, economic, amenity value, and then those that are more ecological, and it seems to be most of the evidence we have seems to be more on the sort of anthropocentric perceptions and maintaining an experience for people rather than just maintaining the environment for its intrinsic values.
Yes.
Again, that's not open to us, is it, in coming to our conclusion, even if it is small in scope, that we can't go balancing those part 2 matters?
Not in this instance, and that again is where King Salmon is very helpful in confirming that the coastal policy statement can be more directive and can provide for more protection in this particular part of the environment, because these values are so important and because these values are potentially at risk. And again, I would highlight their policy 3, the precautionary approach.
And in terms of from the department's perspective, do those environmental values get any higher anywhere else in New Zealand than what we're talking about here in Fiordland?
Oh, I'm not sure that I'm qualified to answer that. What I would say, of course, is that Fiordland has been a national park for a very long time, over a century. This is part of the Southwest Te Wāhi Pounamu World Heritage Area. There's extensive recognition of the significance of the values here, both from a landscape perspective, also from an environmental perspective, and of course for these significant biodiversity values as well. So I'm not going to say that it has higher, better values than other parts of the country, but they are right up there.
Right up there with what these particular, yeah. Questions? We'll get you off the hook, Ms. Williams. No further questions for you. And welcome, Ms. Young. We have your evidence, we have read it. Happy for you to hit any high points.
Oh, kia ora, thank you. So I just wanted to basically run through my conclusion. I don't need to go through the evidence, but so my take on it is the intent of the plan change is to halt further intensification of commercial surface water activities until carrying capacity management approach can be developed. The proposed plan change is not intended to result in a decrease in current vessel or passenger numbers. I support the Section 42 report recommendations in the main, and the only change sought was in relation to the heading of the recommended policy 16.2.7. Just to cover off the recreation aspect, but still maintaining the remoteness and wilderness experiences. And also noted for completeness that the assessment of how the plan change has been given in regard to the Southland Murihiku Conservation Management Strategy is a relevant matter that was required, but overall my opinion was that the proposed Plan Change 5 was consistent with that CMS and the other relevant legislation.
Thank you, Ms. Jones. I have a couple of questions for you. One was really your paragraph 19. You've stated it quite emphatically, as says Ms. Robertson. You probably heard me this morning. When we read the sentence is required to give effect to these policies, and I don't know if we could quite make a conclusion that that's going to be the outcome. And would you agree with Ms. Robertson that it would a step towards giving effect to through the review?
Yes, when I heard you talking to Ms. Robertson about that, I agreed with that approach. That makes more sense. Yeah.
Then in paragraph 21, you say commercial surface water activities are currently not limited in the RCP. Well, they are limited, aren't they, in Patea Doubtful Sound at the moment? So you'd agree that they are in some areas?
Yes, I do. Sorry. Yes, I do agree with that.
I'm just interested in your paragraph 27, where you've put the conservation management strategy policies that are relevant to the plan change. And I was particularly looking at E, to ensure that structural development and commercial use within the field and marine area goes on as consistent and avoids adverse effects. Would it be fair to say that that's where the department has seen some pressure to develop better and more infrastructure in those more remote southern sounds to support that? And that's really where, as Real New Zealand has said, it's something that needs to be looked at in terms of integrating sort of the structure and infrastructure management with the commercial surface water activity consents.
Yes, well, that has to happen in an integrated way, but if we're not able to discuss or to assess those as part of this commercial surface water activity plan change, it makes it a little bit tricky to be doing them separately, but it does need to be taken into account. Is that answering your question? I don't actually.
Yeah, it was really where the pressures are there in the CMS. I mean, I know everybody has said in Dusky Sound they've seen more recreational boats and you know, boats going further than they were gone before. But then when you look at the applications that have been coming in, it's really been a lot of it around structures and infrastructure to support there. Get rid of the barriers of distance, I guess.
Yeah.
I was interested to see how consistent the CMS there is in terms of that E. And making sure that fits with the other policy that we just talked about before, with that E, which was about structures. And
I would actually maybe would defer to Richard, who's in the room, who he knows a little bit more about the activities, if Penny's okay with that, because I haven't dealt with all of the application. I can't see exactly what's coming in and what the intensification is or what. So maybe he might have better experience on the ground or on the water to give background to that, maybe. Is that useful?
Absolutely, very specific. So I think for me, yeah, I would agree that obviously there's difficulty of being able to manage the CMS and in being able to manage the CMS and the field and the national park management together. Because of the area that they cover. So I think that the CMS covers that by highlighting that there are issues with special things and so forth. So yeah, I would agree. If there's any background or any sort of specifics.
Thank you. I guess it was really the consistency in the wording as well, that we should have an eye to that, the consistency in the wording for the CMS. And even if these are interim policies, that it's important that I can't find the policy now that talks about the associated infrastructure.
It's definitely something that should be worked on together, but bearing in mind that the CMS would be under review eventually too, so we just all need to be on the same page.
I will, in terms of reviews, I will say Fiordland National Park Management Plan 2007 would come up for review before the CMS. However, there's quite a lot of capability and resourcing constraints on the department in that statutory management planning space at the moment. So the Fiordland National Park Management Plan is not currently scheduled for review, even though it's overdue. Hopefully that will be underway by the time the coastal plan review is before us.
And the CMS will follow that, will it? Is that also due for review?
Yeah, so that's certainly consistent through till 2026. I would expect that it would follow the National Park Management Plan.
So in fact, in reality, if the plan is notified as intended at the end of next year, it is quite likely that the plan policies will precede the review of both those documents.
Yes.
In terms of cumulative effects and the lack of data and things we said, talked about, it's probably one for Mr. Kingsley actually. And then sort of break that down, and it comes down to everyone talks about marine mammals, because I think, you know, they're visible and they're easy to study and they're a little bit sexy to study. I think people like to come to Fiordland and study dolphins. But all of the other ecology and all of the other things that are really important, how much information do we know about any of that, Mr. Kingsley?
I guess there's always a question on knowledge and more understanding as to how things sort of work and how I guess the sort of the ecosystem functions in itself. But I think if you relate it back to purely sort of commercial surface water activity, we've got a reasonable understanding of how obviously marine mammals interact with vessels in certain fjords, and as Blackstone mentioned, there is better information with places like the County South and Partia as opposed to the investment sound. But there's quite a lot of sort of global literature which refers to the way that some sort of vessels can have effects on marine mammals. So I guess that's relatively well understood and maybe slightly easier to sort of manage. But yeah, the rest of it from a sort of an ecological perspective, there's probably limited effects in sort of directly. Maybe there's a lot more indirect effects with regards to things like, I guess, biosecurity mountains and the introduction of sort of unwanted pests and sort of side effects by places being busy, although I guess that's mitigated by some good management. But yeah, I'm certainly no expert, but I think that maybe the commercial service water activity, all the sort of the pressures is in the sort of available agri-business and the sort of business in that regard, as opposed to sort of that some effects that they might all have.
What about things like we've discovered another place in New Zealand, like in Marlborough Sound? Obviously, the famous King Salmon case was really about the King Shag, that was sort of what stopped the development in the end. Not a lot was known, except that it was assumed that things were already at some kind of tipping point. Obviously, it's accepted that, and that stopped further agriculture development. But nobody was really looking at the effects until that time, until people were saying, well, we don't know much. Are there other vulnerable, threatened and endangered species that could be in that similar sort of area where passing vessels too close to colonies or just general disturbance, you know, are areas where we don't know until we look?
Yeah, it's a really good question. I guess with there's potential for seabirds to have there to be effects on seabirds, and I guess sort of specifically maybe sort of tarwaki or some fjordless and holidays, that sort of something. But again, I guess it's a question if you don't know what you don't know with regards to that. And that sort of King Salmon case sort of was quite a good case in point. I think from a point of view of that, you guys probably already know that there's quite a lot of rare and protected species under the grass black coral, then coral, some sort of invertebrate species that live on the walls. My gut feeling would be that other than, I guess, sort of major things like a sort of oil spill or some form of sort of chemical spill, that the actual physical nature of this feeling is probably going to have limited effects on that sort of habitat, other than, I guess, this issues with diamond or grass, but probably smaller needs and relatively easy to mitigate. I think, yeah, to my knowledge, there's probably no sort of specific species I can think of that would, other than red members and see that have a big effect on the gases.
In terms of war vessels, water disturbance, war, and there might be compliant with the marine discharge regulations, but it's still a discharge from a vessel. They're just going to get 1,000 meters offshore, 500 meters offshore. It's not far, is it? You know, the more vessels, the more people. You know, the cumulative impacts from everything at the moment, it's just commercial sort of water activity. Is that all? You know, is that all at risk of the underwater world as well? You know,
Yeah, absolutely. But again, without knowing that, I guess there are tipping points, and there are some things that which will create issues over time without necessarily knowing what they are, or having necessarily the power to be able to pick up those sort of smaller scale changes. Yeah.
and I guess we don't know much about the state of the environment prior to human impacts, other than if we can tap into Manawhina sort of observational information which goes back a long time.
There are some touching points with regards to, I guess, level of fish stocks and sort of invertebrate stocks. So historically, I guess going back to some literature for the Captain Cook's days or old historical documents which talk about there being larger stocks available. I guess one of the potentials with regards to surface water activity, but I guess also that recreation activity is recreation is valuable fish stocks, and things like that. I think there's probably been quite a lot of documented violence in those things, whether it's anecdotal or proper scientific, but that's going to be able to consider. But I think for everything else, we're able to know where our quality environment is. A lot of the monitoring that we do is sort of marine reserve monitoring for sort of, I guess, somewhat state of the environment, monitoring, I guess, the fish and crayfish. Great changes since we started monitoring in 2006. There is some work at Otago University breeding some which is goes back further, but I think our ability to be able to pick up those changes specifically from surface water consents and strategy.
Just one more for me, and that was really, you probably heard my question about why, you know, Dr. Evan brought forward evidence from you. And luckily you were sitting in the room at the time. And I was sort of saying, I assumed for this side of the table, that's because you agreed with the evidence put forward by the Environment South. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think we have, well, between the Pavey and himself and various others who have worked on the submission, I think DOC's obviously got the mandate and the legislation to be able to manage marine matters, and we do, I guess, a reasonable job of some parts of that, but there are elements, I guess, under the sort of coastal policy managing to strengthen those and just, I guess, give an extra point of clarification for some others that maybe need to explain their activities or the evidence and what they're doing that creates more questions and a greater confidence of what's happening. So sustainable. Yeah, it is always difficult, and with a lot of the research that's gone on across the world points to the fact that there are issues and there could be issues. One of the issues one of the good things, I guess, from marine mammal reviewing perspective is that DOC's got the ability to be able to manage this commercial activity. It's the recreation activity, I guess, that we struggle to manage from the point of view of being able to reach the people that go into the fields, to help them about the issues of without various other parts of the world, I think, yes. And so having a two-part of that is also strengthens things.
On that topic, I do want to acknowledge Mr. Rebel and the memorandum that was attached to the Section 42A report. It was very helpful.
Thank you. And Mr. Kingsley, there's nothing in Mr. Rebel's statement that you would disagree with.
Sorry, so, but yeah, I think.
I'm sure you would have highlighted that.
Absolutely, yeah,
Yeah.
I think generally.
So I guess that my last question is really just about the evidential basis, and I guess some similars are saying that the evidential basis for this need you to hold the line and stopgap measure is really perception based, and it was within the blip of what happened during COVID times. So from an ecological perspective and what you've seen over the last few years, do you agree with Mr. Rebel's statement that there are effects happening and that would justify from an ecological or marine mammal side to at least hold the line while the plan can be reviewed? Do you think there is an evidential basis?
Yeah, absolutely. I think, we should go back to it, it's not known, we don't know what we don't know, but certainly there are elements to point to the fact that, I guess it's sort of reflection, which something talking about, marine mammals and that sort of thing. There are little hints that can change in the field. Certainly, I guess anecdotally, from the point of view of people that have spent time with probably arguing that things are changing faster than maybe they have. But again, I don't have my historical knowledge goes back about 14 years, so it's not particularly exhaustive, but certainly there seems to have been changes in ecologically, whether or not they're significant, be able to tell. But I think from a precaution perspective, to be able to take stock and actually then think that thing and be able to put some plans in place now rather than when the investment plan finally gets sorted out, would probably be a positive thing.
I just want to say to Queensland, it is very difficult because what we've alluded to is, I guess, what we want to bring with this concept of cumulative effects. How far is the ecosystem affected? And we know that the is are commented about animals, but but there has been raised by other perceptions, this perception that what if it's humans, what is it simulation, but we mustn't eventually the whole point of this sustainable. So that goes to the scheme. So you've been there a long time. What kind of monitoring activities has Doc been able to undertake over the period? Any sense? Is
You mean specific with regards to the plan change?
Yes.
I guess Doc we haven't done much with regards to sort of monitoring that specifically looks at the effects of vessels against other species, other than I guess some work that's been done with regards to bottlenose dolphins in South industrial. So there is some literature which talks about the effects of that. From the point of view of other species, we simply don't have the resources to be able to actually do as much as we would like. We have a couple of long-term monitoring programs which look at trying to tell whether or not there's changes from the management regime came in 2005. So when the management then considered some new marine reserves and changed some of the recreational fishermen. And so we have some sites that we look at on a 3 to 5 year basis of the level of not is actually different assessments inside and outside marine reserves or the recreational inside and outside of the coast as well, I guess. So the habitat management. So we have a little bit of information on that, although a lot of it is probably not specific, it's not really fine scale enough to be able to inform a process like this. We have, I guess, we've been working on a bunch of prices, really, which is prices to try to manage and various effects with council on most of the prices. So I guess there's a reasonable amount of sort of growing evidence to suggest that biosecurity is a big issue in the field with regards to how that gets anywhere in the best fire. has got those sorts of things, I think, I guess, that we're concerned about in the future. But yeah, ecologically, it's pretty difficult to be able to tell those cause and effects. If you're still are pretty well placed, there are places that don't get much in the way of natural services that would make it. So they probably not have changed that much physically also. There are other places, I guess, that have there has been some changes like this. I guess when you then tie that in ecologically, that there are certain species recreation that may change their ecosystems and functions and do get essentially there are question marks about how that will play out in the future. Certainly how that monitoring.
Okay, and just to follow up, there's no concerns about, so we've been given information about, noise, introduced noise, under the water. But is there ever been any comment about noise above the water? I mean, vessels make sounds and so on.
Absolutely, not to my knowledge, there may well be some work that's been done with regards to this. I think there's been a lot of good social studies on aircraft and what's doing so things in parts of the park, but certainly within sort of the marine environment, not although there may well be some comparative studies. Not to my knowledge.
Thank you.
Well, thanks, Mr. Kinsey, for being here today. We didn't have a break of evidence, but I think it's helpful for you to be here to reflect on what is before us. So thank you, we appreciate your input. Thank you very much. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah, sorry, we were talking here and leaving you out. Well, thank you, ladies. It doesn't appear there's any more questions in terms of the minister's submission. So thank you for your time and efforts and both into your statements and also in listening in this morning and bringing your submission forward for us this afternoon. So thank you very much, both of you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for your time.
Great. Bye-bye. Thanks. General Marama were here and so we were running late, but see, then we go on a leap ahead and we go all over the place. So Mr. Tiffany, I wonder whether we jump to you, sir, if you're ready to go.
That's about ready to go.
Sure.
And that was it.
It's a dangerous job, as it counts.
I'm just a Latin bird.
That's very important. So the people on the internet can hear.
Tēnā koe matua, tēnā koe matua Tiwhine, and ngā mihi ki te hui nei, ngā mihi ki te kopapa o te rau, and ngā mihi ki te kopapa. Ngā mihi, te ora.
Well, yeah, bye. It's something new for me, being kind of people like this, talking about my own stuff, my own life, my own history. Yeah, so maybe we just get into it and see how we go.
Tēnā pai, tēnā pai, tēnā pai.
Tiffany, are you ready?
Yes, thank you.
Because we're ready too,
Okay, then.
anytime.
I'm just, well, as far as the, building go, and what I've read of it was pretty heavy for me. I agree with most, but, there are things that need to be up, need more compliance, I think, on the people that are going up there. I officiated in the 70s, before 3 different boats. And, there was a lot of buildings and a lot of moorings and a lot of huts going up and bivouacs going all over the place. In the place where people were coming in the boats and planes and stuff like that, helicopters, jet boats. And that's pretty predominant watching Tuesday all the way up. There were boats that take us to the mountain lines at 5:30, they take hundreds up to fill them for the boatloads. Now, I might not be shooting, but we're all doing something in the bush, either putting up a building or an outhouse or something like that. And I think that in time, we don't put a curb on that sort of thing and allow for fishing in a respectable manner. They've got to allow for the people to come to the ordinance. The ordinance is, those sounds are, in New Zealand, more important than fishing boats. As you said before, some of the before been in on the books as best space of the world 100 years. Well, it certainly is, like a video, that's why it's looking for a moose. It's hard work. And it's just, it's unbelievable what it's like inside the bush. And I think that some of those sounds have got to be there for those particular boats that can take people that haven't got the capability that we've got to walk around. At least they can go up there and it's just silence for the birds or dolphins or sharks or whatever floating around the sounds. But these people pay good coin to go and see all this. And I think that that's something that you look at in the near future, not 4 or 5 years down the track. 4 or 5 years down the track will be worse than what we are now. So I agree with everybody in such a small manner, in such a small thing, this thing we're doing now. And the overall picture, exactly. The overall picture, we need to police it so it is done with relation to the buildings, like fishing and toilets and whatever. I think buildings should be looked after first and then the forest and work together that way. One bloke talked about in the submission, it didn't come up today, that I don't go down the Sea Island, but it's like, well, we are going down there. There's not going on down there now. You got many more boats down there. Enough people to get on the Sea Island, can't use the facilities because it's not big enough. I mean, we're getting those big tourist boats. Look, you start taking boats from here down there, well, it's just going to, I think, of course, more capacity. But as far as I'm concerned, I'd like to still stay involved with Dorman in that respect, for its health and well-being. But why I'm here is to claim that my title was got through your book or through your statements here and through the court for application of customary title with the total of the coastline. Well, I'm Waitaha Carter Marmor foremost, like the other. A bit of my title, and grandfather was my title, but I regard myself as Marmor and always will. That's the Marmor is Marmor. A few years ago, 2002, I tried to get the title around our islands to stop the divers taking our pails and fins. That's the only place we can get a feed on our particular islands. Houston, sitting over here, he belongs to Port White on the island beside Thomas Michael. But we're the ones that have got the signature for the customary title. Now, when I tried to get him a title, we had a meeting, 2 sets of meetings, and we had all the Kotiaki there and Doc Maffin there. And it went to the zone, it was broken into 2 halves. Some wanted customary title, some didn't because I was doing it. In the end, 9 days after we had the meetings, Nigel Scott from the Customer Marine Unit, Waitahu, sent an email to the four Runa immediately to not support my application because it does not come under the realm of the Runa Waitahu. Runa, well, there's a letter here that was sent in with the stuff there. I think it's got it. It says what I this here. This is a case issue. The South Island Customs Regulation 99 are illegal as regulations cannot and do not overrule the statute. Mana whenua in the statute is interpreted and referred to the hapu and iwi. The runaka is neither the hapu or an iwi. And yet they're using that jurisdiction to do things. And they've got no right to. That's as far as the right I go. It took 7 years of a 60-day thing we were supposed to do to go to the ministry, to all the figures, and it was supposed to take 60 days, but it took 7 years to get a refusal from the Minister of Forestry, Minister of Fisheries, and the Attorney General, both of them at their ministry. You're not going to get it because you haven't got the right qualifications for this thing. Well, I've got a letter here from Rose Brindley. I wrote to her. Thank you for all the other thing regarding the application from the title reserve on something to Melka P.P. Morstead. You asked for clarification with the following. Was the application correct in accordance with South Island Customs Regulation 1999? Were the procedures that followed done in accordance with my part as manager of this area and the fishes pursuant to the South Island Customs Fishing Regulations? With regard to the correct procedure and time limits, the public notification 100% has all been done from the law and regulations according to South Island Customs Regulations. This is their answer. I can assure you that the process followed somebody from Melbourne, North Petty, and the party application followed that set out in the Fisheries Regulation Regulation 99, and all aspects were in the time frame specified. So, and then I didn't have the right qualifications. I'm going to Mama Long since 1949, believe that or not. As a wee 7-month-old thing. And I'm still going. I think these two things, and we've got a couple of other things, but they're detrimental to us as a people. With my token, in the meantime, they've got 31 Matai around all the Mutman Islands. Now, they're including our 2 islands. They've overridden the customary title they've got. With no meetings, when I was in the court fighting for the customary title, they were putting it through NASH and putting through 31 applications for the right around all the islands, and they got around all of them. So now, if NITO is customary title, then we might as well throw ourselves away because they then will be in charge. And that's what we want all since they got here. Well, we're the only married left that owns something in this country that belongs to us. That's those islands. Well, if they get customary title on them, we'll lose them. So that's me in a nutshell. I thought all the work being done for the organ, I'll support it along with all my life. But this thing here about the customary title is I don't know what to do about it. I mean, we're the only place that can talk now because I went to the High Court in Christchurch and I found out, and the lady there came out. She said she gave me the numbers of the claim, which was fair enough. And I said, well, how can I get in to oppose this? Because what they're doing is they're putting them at customary title over one word doc. Now we're the true owners of this island, and they're not. And if they're going to put not 1, 2 mechanisms over us, we've got no say whatsoever. So the lady said to me, in the opinion of a good lawyer, that was me, who would say, I'm not going to get to court unless I go to the public, or if I open my mouth, I'll probably get arrested. So this is where it's at, and I'm hoping that these the people in in the power to listen and read what I've said today. Because I don't need to give up. We've done too much. And personally, to tell you what we've gone through for years, it's turned down. And so now I've got in front of you people of some sort of authority. And now you've heard what I consider blatant against a couple of people that rely on those number lines to catch birds and feed the greater public of New Zealand. So, ladies and gentlemen, that's what you need, really.
Kia ora, Matua, for coming and speaking to us today, and it's not unusual my job to hear from people who are just looking for somewhere that they can actually speak, because it's getting harder and harder to participate on different issues, and you obviously appreciate the scope in the box within which we sit. So you probably know that my question to you, had you not just said what you said, would be what is it you're wanting us to do through this process. But from what I'm hearing from you, you're actually quite supportive of the actual revisions to be put in until such time as the wider plan can be reviewed. And I'm sure, Sue, you'll take the opportunity to participate through that process as well. They can hurry up.
Yeah, well, yeah, you're really the only weapon I've got, because it's like it's on your bit of paper. You know, the amendment wherever it is, one of the things that says what they're going to do, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it's on your paper, it's on the council paper. Or we're in a council meeting, sort of. So this is the only place now I can. Every other avenue is gone.
Yeah.
I've applied to ministers, prime ministers, all sorts of people in Wellington. Hard work. But I've given you what I feel, in my heart. So where it goes from here, I don't know. I'm just a bit disappointed in one, I wasn't here.
Come up while you were talking, he was here. He was here for some of it.
Okay.
Well, I don't know if there's any questions on this side of the table, because they're probably similar to me, that I don't know if there's much we can do through this process to address any of the higher legal issues that you obviously have. But we do appreciate your time and getting involved in the process and coming to see us today, and not just coming in when you were speaking, but you actually sat through this morning to hear from the reporting officer so that you could bring forward what you said in time to us this afternoon. So we really do appreciate it.
Thank you for your feedback and support for what we're trying to achieve.
Thank you.
Can I just say something just in passing? In 2000, on the Midland or 8 or something, I went to Wellington to talk about the foreshore and seabed when it came up. But anyway, I took a wee briefcase of papers and it weighed 7 kilos. And the carry bag with me clothes and paperwork. And they didn't ask me one question, and I didn't know what to say in front of the panel. And all these other married sheep sitting behind me waiting for me to about 13 minutes. And I didn't have a clue what to say. And I showed this map about what I was talking about. And she looked down and said, oh, there it is. And then she left, and we were a long party here. So yeah, I had all this paperwork. And look at this. And I just
It gives you bad elbows, I know that, carrying it around everywhere.
thank you for your time.
Thank you. Kia ora, welcome. Luana. And you've got some other people you'd like to come forward and introduce anybody that's with you to support you. Kia ora. Sorry. Sorry, Mr. Barnett, I'm just being corrected on the pronunciation here. I'm trying to get it right.
Kilo i whakaeti a whakahoki te mihi atu, mihi mai ki a mātou ki a whakatau. Kilo i whakako te rāne, kilo i whakaro o te rāne, o tō tātou a whenua motu hake, moana motu hake, te mihi o te raki whānau. Marira, Karen mihi atu ki ape, ka whanaunga, muiraki. Mihi mai ki o mi tēnei kaupapa tino motu hake, mo tātou, amunga atu rea wi aki. Rei mihi poko ki a koe, ki a koutou, o te rangatira, ki a whakarongo ki a mātou, te kāpō, ki a tai mai, ki a tiaki mana i tō tātou whenua, tō tātou moana o tātou. Rei ko mai, ahau i tū ki o te whakeeti mihi atu ki a koutou, ko ki whanga, te tahi o ngā māngai, mō ngā ruranga e whā. Ko au te whakataia o te ao marama, manager, reira, wau te whakahaere o te ruranga ao. Reira, kiro i te whakaro, kiro i te karanga, kiro i te mihi o te rāne, tēnā pō.
Right, well, welcome, and we obviously have your statement of evidence, which thank you very much for that, and we have pre-read it, but we're happy for you to summarise or hit the high points or respond to anything else that might have come up. Actually, forget it.
I suppose if we were to say that there's looking at evidence, there's a list of values that we've seen that to base our response to, and our reasons for supporting such a plan change. And the reasons for our submission basically being concerns around the increased number of applications prior to the full review of the regional coastal plan, cumulative effects of surface water activity and the potential impacts on EV values and our relationship with and our responsibility as Kaitiaki on that space, which is many of Tūtaraki whānau. And we was just quite supported that the plan change is based on genuine treaty partnership with our partners at Environment Southland. And we're just always conscious of a long-term view to the entire approach, and we believe that this is a good way of protecting that value in terms of waiting for allocation limits established through regional coastal plan review. And just a conclusion, so it is responsibility as Kaitiaki that places are used and enjoyed in a sustainable and effective manner. Te Mimi o Tūtaraki whānau is a place that should be used and enjoyed in a manner that protects its mana and mauri, and for Ngāi Tahu for our rights and interests obtained from over 800 years of use. So no doubt everyone has mentioned its importance in place for everyone that goes and enjoys that place, and it's a case of ensuring that that's done in a manner that protects not just everybody, but the reasons why people want to go there.
to enjoy that place. We does need all of that time to reflect and put plans, provision policies in place that for with our hospitality review is as continues and is done. Places such as moving on to Turaki Farm require much consideration in terms of increased human interaction. When we see much of public tourism in Tangaroa throughout our world overwhelmed by visitors seeking to find the special experience. So that's obviously one of those places that we know is so special. And everyone's looking for that experience. The world is getting fuller, and people are looking to go to these special places. So it's just a case of how we, as New Zealanders, ensure that that's the experience that everyone's after is done appropriately. This includes the experience of Manatihi Wana Mārie, which is prestige, excitement, exhilaration, and calmness. And what visitors and users are seeking could indeed be to its future if not managed appropriately. And we have a saying that the treaty is always speaking, meaning that the process of settling the claim, completing the Ngāi claim, was not at an end, but the beginning of implementation of the treaty in the ways that enable us to move forward together for Ngāi Tahu. That signifies the importance of working with Environment South and to improve the regional planning framework for the coast and to ensure that decision making does not entrench status quo or decisions of the past that harmed our moana and Wai and Finland. And we have held a long principle that decisions of this generation should not fly in the next generation, even more so when the modi of our moana, Wai and our Finland are degraded and the kaupapa of QTP tied in the duty of Kaitiaki Taonga demands that it must be restored. Therefore, we support the essence of the plan change until the coastal plan is reviewed. But that last sentence is why we here, we support the essence of the plan change, meaning until the coastal plan is completed. Underway.
So obviously quite keen to commissioners with a short-term consent aspect. And that's really twofold, isn't it? There's kind of the lack of strategic direction without the wider review going on. So this case by case resource consent managing with the case. But then there's what you've talked about there in terms of addressing degradation and where limits may have already been exceeded. So is that the other important aspect that allows in the future for that to be addressed rather than you to rely on section 128 or something where you've got to prove something? Is that the thinking?
I think it's the case is we need to wait until with the rules or more involvement from more people involved in getting those provisions in plans that are appropriate rather than a placeholder. This is about a placeholder so that we can protect our rights, values and interests until appropriate and appropriate provisions are draft or mark.
And the short-term consents are key to that at this stage.
Short-term consents?
Yes.
Are we having short-term consents or
Well,
generally no?
So you may seek shorter resource consent terms to enable this to be facilitated and not drawn out. So that's obviously something that the plan duty client has talked about, consent duration.
Yeah.
Operators want as long as they can get. You're obviously in supportive of shorter duration to enable an easier journey forward in terms of if the scales need to be.
I think the short-term consents is what is required, because anything longer than a waiting time until we get your plan changes, not the plan change, your original coastal plan reviewed done. You would need to expect that they are short term, otherwise they're drawing out past the plan changes and obviously have changes not going to affect them.
So what kind of what do you mean by short term? What kind of period?
that be considered around how long your plan change, your posted plan changes would take?
Well, we've been advised by Grant Seven staff this morning that they're hoping to notify by the end of 24. Is the latest update.
Well, I hate to put a figure on how long that will be, but
Well, I'm just wondering what your definition of short term. Some people would say if you can get 35 years and you give me 20, that's short term.
Yeah.
I suspect you're thinking it's shorter term than
Yeah.
20. Yeah. So I don't want to put words in your mouth, but just wondering what that means to you. Is it 5, 10 years? What would
I wouldn't doubt it. It's 5 maximum.
5 years? Yeah.
That would give obviously time to.
Does that apply to all commercial surface for activity, or would that be if there was somebody that came in and got in through the non-complying activity rule?
What does that question get from?
So does that apply to all operators existing? So if Mr. Norris came in wanting to renew his consent that he's been exercising for a long, long time.
Yes.
You might say, yeah, that seems pretty short, 5 years, compared to the person who might be trying to get a new consent under the non-complying activity rule.
Yeah.
Who you might say, well, 5 years, definitely shouldn't get more than 5 years if they're going to get through the door. Is there a difference in your mind there, or?
You can see it's different. Definitely, what would be restricted to a short consent time as possible. In terms of those existing consents that would hopefully be picked up and the plan change.
Yeah.
Again.
You know, if your submission as a whole really, and I guess you're just saying in a nutshell, this is one step in the right direction on a journey, very important journey that's quickly not too far away, beginning. And that's just something that really is the interim step.
Support for
And I guess in paragraph 59 too, it's just this death by 1,000 cuts, isn't it? You know, the cumulative effects for anybody to try and prove that the one boat coming in is going to have significant adverse effects, or you're really saying hold everything. There's a lot of cumulative effects going on here, and
it was, yeah, absolutely. It was just that thought that we were really concerned that leading up to the plane change, it was like we've got to get in, because the plane change we might make a big potential to operate or want to be in that area, even though they would so just that pause that give us time to look at these plane change options, so that our modia, the moment of that place can be protected, which is our absolute responsibility to ensure that we've all got that that visitor experience that we're seeking when we want to go into those ordinance space, those special places for visitors. We all want that experience, but the proliferation of what is too much, we need to understand that. We need to understand what's too many people going into those spaces. So that you, if there is too much, that you won't have that enjoyment, which is solitude, which might be the solitude experience that you're looking for, that the nature experience, connection, that health and well-being experience, and we have to figure out what those numbers are, and we can't. So it's best to hold the line until we understand what those experience with. What's too much, you lose that potential experience that you never even see. Basically, the just on what we're saying. Hold the line until we can understand what experience everyone is seeking. What we know that is. I mean, otherwise we might lose it.
Yeah, we talked about this morning about the experience that people are seeking again is then quite different to what the environmental bottom lines might be for those ecosystems and ecological, you know, people not necessarily as the perception of that. They're trying to achieve, and it seems we've got very little information on that.
Yeah.
A lot of information. So my final question really is an evidential basis for which this plan change has been put forward has been, it's been suggested by some submitters that the evidential basis is pretty light and that it's really just Dr. Booth's survey of perceptions, people's perceptions on the experience for amenity development. My question to you is do you believe there's an evidential basis on the pressures, the cumulative effects of commercial surface water activities from your expertise, your cultural expertise? Do you believe there is an evidential basis that it is occurring?
Well, it's whether it's evidential base or whether it's a 800 years of relationship with that space through our whakapapa and connections. And our role is kaitiaki, which is, you know, you must, if you don't know something, well, we know of 800 years experience of what that space looks like, passed down from history and tikanga, and these tikanga and mātauranga that we have, that our role and responsibility, we don't quite know what the future holds in terms of what could be the outcome, like operational use, because people are a little bit concerned that if they don't get them now, then they might not get involved. There's a problem, it's problematic either side of that. It's probably an experience side of and a connection side of it from iwi, coming from Māori things. You've got your responsibilities, that's why you must ensure that your environment, your relationship with the environment is protected. If you don't quite know what's the impact of the impact of activities going to be going forward. So from an iwi perspective, we think there's quite a responsibility. There's enough evidence space for our mātauranga that we hold the line. I'm not sure if that's a short question, but our evidence and the way that we feel, our feel about it, that's our feelings of the requirement of it.
I guess that's more than a COVID pressure. I mean, I guess some submitters are saying there's been a wee blip here from COVID, and this is a bit of a knee-jerk reaction and things are coming back a bit. Whereas your perception is probably a bit more, there's a bit of a rush going on top of that as well to get in before we've got a new slam. Thank you.
Oh, yes, my korano. Thank you very much for coming. I just wanted to ask a couple more, similar to what Commissioner I just asked, because in this room, 800 years is valid. What's understood by that is valid. So in this room, there's not a view that Winston is not as good as Western Science Club, again, because it's not. So just wanted to get that more because of one thing in this submission you said, whānau have raised concern on this. And actually what we do know from the environmental science report so far is actually nothing is not there's no monitoring. Everything's about this monitoring. So has there been anecdotal debates by whānau about that's different? That's, you know, it's not like a policy or anything like that, because that's actually valid information for the experience of the whānau. And they know, because they know what we've been taught is what we've been taught.
Some of the whānau have been, you know, fished in these places for a number of years, just in their lifetime. So we're hearing from those ones that have been in that area, so they understand the remoteness and the connection and that. And I suppose it's just their understanding of what potentially could happen. So here's what they're saying. Just from what we're hearing is that they would have concerns of that experience or their responsibilities kaitiaki in those spaces. They feel deeply that it's their responsibility. So for them not to undertake their role as kaitiaki and say, look, we don't understand the space quite enough.
if you want that space, I understand the space, but what might happen as a result of and increased activity. I think that's, you know, been up there regularly myself and the field taking up into the Reedstone fields on a number of occasions. And even when you're up there, you notice a lot of boats coming in and out. There's one, isn't it? So you're seeing that activity all the time. I've only been up there 7 or 8 times up to the boating fields, but generally there's a lot of activity happening in there. Yep. And that's pre-COVID, so there's a little bit of a lot going on there already. But so if that were to increase, one might have some real concerns on the experience that you're trying to, or the relationship with that landscape, or the experience that you get when you go into these spaces. So, and the experience of a lot of those people want when they're going in there. So, I think that's our role is to play out and ensure that experience continues to happen.
Right, I think you did mention, and I'm sorry, I should be able to find the paragraph. At one point, you mentioned there's a possibility of degradation in the environment. Do you think has it been discussed with the moment? Any examples of degradation?
That's what like all increases in activity, human activity especially. I think whatever degradation looks like, you know, whether it's I know a lot of operators and a lot of people will do their best to keep things clean, fighting and pollution free. But I suppose the increased human activity is always that opportunity that things could degrade, whether it's by just like the odd bit of pollution, rubbish, spills, whatever. That we the more people you get in there, more activities, the more likely it is that you could get something. I'm not saying that I'm not on the one that they have was increased activity. There's always like 5%.
And that would be realistic. Okay. Yeah. And one that we do talk about, I take it that you were happy with the consideration of dual placements.
Yes.
There.
My name
Of course. Okay. No, of course, just like I'm reading. In paragraph 39, you said about Naitapu development rights. I wasn't sure if you mean but what were you referring to then? In paragraph 39? Development rights being recognised and given effect to the future development. The lands, branches and resources.
I think it's something that whatever rights and interests 800 years ago, someone was always had that ability to use space, whether it's all part of in my type of Mana Whenua, however one might want to put it, had the ability to use space for health and wellbeing in development. So that included people being in Tutaraki farm or fishing and other resource gathering and those sorts of things. So there's always been the use of land and landscape. So one was you'll never want our ability to our rights and interests are being diminished by things. And it could come out of that would always be our rights and interests, trying to figure out rights and interests years going forward in the future. So and that could come out of what those opportunities might exist for our development policy and nature.
So it's cultural rights as much as others. Yes. Okay. All right, and just the final thing now, you may want to write a reply on this because doing this morning, but there's a discussion about section 34 report and a suggestion of what the list definition would be, and a recommendation that it doesn't include in indigenous youth, the definition of wilderness. So it may be quite difficult for him to, for me to. But I was quite interested to see what the. Given the differences.
Respond to that, what the question, not today.
Okay.
Well, it was in the section 3 report, so. Yeah, well, I think when it came up this morning, I don't think it was a new. In the
Yeah,
42A,
it's in the
42A, so yes, had the opportunity to respond to the,
Yes, what this comes from.
well, I guess it's a question, that you can have some time to think about, and it's really whether or not you accept the definition of wilderness and put forward in section 42A. Yes. So perhaps just a confirmation in writing to us that you had considered that and that would be great. Thank you. I suspect you put the you put it away thinking of something that looked a lot harder in the wider plan review rather than in the context of this small scope, but
That's the structure. It has to be human in the environment, but the same for the wilderness, very Christmas. Well, I'll wait until. Yeah, because I have got some thoughts on that. I'd rather respond to.
yeah, that's fine. So you can just do that through something in writing. Just in terms of questions. No problem.
And that's all for me. Thank you very much. Let me hear that.
Sure, Dean, thank you. You know, giving us some support and the perspective. We need to consider when we're doing any considerations. Thank you for that.
Well, just two quick things. Well, I think I would be known to put buttons sometimes. Just you talked about appropriate provisions earlier with regards to some of the consultation. But and I don't want to put words in your mouth, but were you also talking about appropriate consultation? Because the RCP has a wider, will involve more wide conversations than just than what we've done with being changed.
So I think, yeah, consultation will be a big part, but
Yeah,
I'm sure
so-
we've got a really robust, and really robust. Are we good?
Yes, and following on from that, then one of the other submitters has suggested that we put a time limit after the plan change of 5 years. Would that fits or if it doesn't fit with your short-term consent?
So how that would work, just to explain, so I was a bit confused this morning until it was explained, my real consent that it would basically put a 5-year use by date on the PC5 provision, particularly the non-complying activity status of any new activity, and if the regional council hadn't got any other provisions to replace it by that 5-year end of date, then it would just revert back to a discretionary activity. So that's what councillors asked me to comment on.
Yeah. Sorry, I may have confused the issue. Someone
Support that.
Right, probably on. Since that 5 year. From that 5 years, as is.
Yeah, I think the intention is that it gets that RCP. It's a bunch of it.
Okay. That was what?
So we can done better. Yeah. That's why the time frames. Development. It does, yeah.
Well, basically would say that you're putting in a holding the line of a non-compliant activity status. Then at the end of 5 years, if for whatever reason it hadn't got through, then it will just basically revert back to discretionary activity. So would you support that?
Back on that, can we get back where you're asking, pushing for
Oh, no, well, you can come back and write on that one too, whether, and it's in the evidence of, whose is it mainly? Yours, and maybe mainly in the legal submissions, from Marie Baker Galloway, from Lindsay, that have suggested, basically that rule would expire after 5 years, and then it would be back to the situation we're in now as a discretionary activity for a new operator. Come back on that. I probably thought it might have been a yes no answer, but.
Told you what.
That's right. Okay, well, thank you very much for your time and coming today, and thank you for the time that you've actually put into your evidence for hearing and the submission that's behind that. So we appreciate it.
Well, I mean.
And what I might ask is, you are the last speaker today, we would like to close the current here today, so would you like to give us the?
Ai, tēnā koutou mō whakaro rangatira ki rungi tēnei mahi. Ki rungi tēnei whiti kōrero kia ki tō tātou whenua, tō tātou mōni. Nē koutou roko rangatira, e te meki o Waikaru, e te hapure, e tēnei wātea koutou. E mātauranga whakaro kia tika e pono hurapi mui ata. Andeira, tika capital tāpau rā, te rā nui, te rā motu hake, ke rui te puko te atu. Me rei te atu natu, te aki manaki e mātou, ki rui te rei uraki, ke whai hua tika tono, mō tāpau kaupapa, te aki manaki te tangata, te aki manaki te moana, ara te rui te tumu te aki pāne. Tēnei te nua tu te awhai, te atu ki kura mātou tunu tu. Pretty cool way to go get I think the lower Tina.
Well, thanks everybody. It's been a very informative day for us on this sort of the table. So thanks very much, everybody. And we are back in this room tomorrow morning, picking off at 9 o'clock. So we might see some of you back. Some of you may have had enough. So we can see you tomorrow. Thank you.